morning, everybody. As we gather here today, let us remember the importance of our collective commitment to serving our community. Let us approach today's agenda not just as representatives, but as partners united by a shared purpose, with open minds and integrity. Let's strive to build a consensus, inspire innovation, and make decisions that reflect the best interests of those we serve. Let's sit. I remind everybody to switch off their mobile phones and mute any devices. Please don't hold your microphone by the stem, ensure it's directly in front of you and not blocked by your laptop. For those watching the live stream, please use your microphone every time you speak, including when participating in a recorded vote. Otherwise, your voice will not be heard. You may find it easier to be seated while using your microphone. I propose to take a break of 20 minutes, approximately 12:30, to allow those who wish to take refreshment. This may change depending on where we are on the agenda. Basically, if I think we're going to get finished, I'll carry on, but I'll indicate. We're not expecting a fire drill today. In the event of the alarm sounding, please leave by the nearest exit and gather at the front of the building. The interim chief executive will read the apologies for absence.
Bernie Bentic, Ed Bird, Andy Boddington, Josh Dickin, Craig Emery, David Minery, Ed Potter, Carl Rowley.
Can we add David Vadsma to that as well, although he may arrive late? I would remind members to disclose any pecuniary and other registrable or non-registrable interests in any matter to be discussed, including an interest in their register of interests, and leave the chamber prior to the matter being discussed. I move that the minutes of the previous council meeting held on 25th of September 2025, as circulated with the agenda papers, be signed as a correct record. Seconded. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you. It was saddest I have to report the death of ex-councillor Brian Williams. Brian was a long-standing councillor, having served on North Shropshire District Council, Shropshire County Council and Shropshire Council. He served as Shropshire County Council Speaker from 2008 to 2009 and held the same role on Shropshire Council until 2017. He then served as Vice Chairman of the Council from 2021 until stepping down at the elections in May 2025. He was also Chairman of the Audit Committee on both councils from 2006 to 2025. I invite members to stand for a period of silence in his memory. Thank you. I refer members to the list of official engagements carried out by the Chair and Vice Chair since the meeting of Council on 25th of September 2025, which has been circulated by email. Moving to item 5, I invite the leader, Councillor Heather Kidd, to present the report on public questions and Council, Cabinet and Committee meetings and move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Kidd.
I move.
This is on public, the public being able to ask a supplementary.
Yes, sorry, I've just got paper. My computer decided to reboot everything, so I've lost everything. Right, I move the recommendation here because in the past we've had a number of questions put to council and the answer hasn't actually answered what the public needed in response. So this means that there will be supplementaries for the public and so they can actually follow up the answer, ask for extra information or a proper answer if they haven't had one to their liking. Thank you.
And who's seconding? Happy to second that, Chair. Anybody wish to speak?
Councillor Dartnell.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say that I think we wholly support this in the Labour group. Absolutely the right thing to do in terms of democratic process. I think that one of the things I would ask is that we could perhaps return to the past habit of providing written answers before the meeting, because I think it's very difficult for people asking questions to actually digest what the reply is. And we all know that quite often when you ask a question, you get an answer that leads to many more questions. So in order to get a proper response, the response we want from public questions, I think it would be good to publish ahead, even if it is on the morning.
I think that's completely sensible, and we will need to make sure that that happens so that people can take those things into consideration. So I'm sure we will move to a point, as long as we've had the question circulated properly, that we get to that point.
Anybody else? No. Okay, move to vote. Those in favour? Any against? Thank you. Moving on to public questions. In accordance with Procedure Rule 14, we will now deal with the questions from members of the public in accordance with the revised procedure rules. The Interim Democratic Services Manager will read out the public questions received from members of the public who are not present. The relevant portfolio holder will respond to the questions. Question 1.
Thank you. The question is from Susan Wedlock, and the question is this. This question concerns Shropshire Council's support of the Boxing Day hunt meet in Ludlow. At the last council meeting, we asked why the hunt was permitted to bring a pack of unleashed dogs into the town centre, despite the public space protection order which prevents anyone else from bringing even one unleashed dog into the town. Your answer clearly showed that you are not only ignoring documented health and safety risks from hounds and their faeces, but you are keen to treat Ludlow Hunt, a commercial business, differently from everyone else and give them privileges for which anyone else would receive a fine. Your reply contained significant factual errors and glossed over all the health concerns highlighted in our question. We have since asked repeatedly for clarification, but all our emails have been ignored. There are 3 questions. When are you going to answer our questions? Or, if you're ignoring us, why are you ignoring us? Why are you putting your biased support of the Ludlow Hunt ahead of the health and safety of the public? All we are asking is that the Ludlow Hunt are treated in the same way as everyone else. That is not unreasonable.
Who's answering this?
Councillor Dainty, yes, because
that would be
Councillor Dainty.
Section 21 of the Town Police Clauses Act 1847 provides local authorities with the power to temporarily close roads where they are liable to be thronged or obstructed due to public processions, rejoicings, illuminations, or similar occasions. This legislation has historically been used for local short-duration events where the primary concern is managing congestion and ensuring the public safety during gatherings. The Boxing Day event in Ludlow falls within this scope because it is a traditional community-based event attracting spectators and participants in a concentrated area for a limited time. The closure is temporary and specific, designed to prevent obstruction and maintain safety for all highway users. The TPCA orders allow us to act quickly and proportionately without imposing unnecessary administrative burdens on organisers or on the council. While the TPCA does not itself mandate risk assessments or event management plans, Shropshire Council requires organisers to provide a risk assessment and control measures as part of their application, notify emergency services and relevant authorities to ensure coordinated safety planning, implement appropriate traffic management, signage and stewarding during the closure. These steps ensure that the public safety is not compromised, and the council's role is therefore to provide legal mechanism for closure and not to manage the event itself, which remains the organiser's responsibility. Shropshire Council does operate a safety advisory group, and the event organisers are actively consulting with them regarding their proposals. The SAG is a multi-agency forum that provides advice and guidance to event organisers to help ensure public safety. Members of this SAG include Shropshire Council departments, including emergency planning, highways, public health, licensing and public protection, the West Mercia Police, Shropshire Fire and Rescue Services, and the West Midlands Ambulance Services. Other stakeholders are often invited depending on the nature of the event.
Thank you. Question 2 from Marcus Watkin.
Question is this. Recent BBC reporting has confirmed that the Shrewsbury Station gyratory bus stop scheme fails to meet established accessibility standards, creating clear disadvantages for pedestrians, wheelchair users, visually impaired people and others with mobility impairments. Despite repeated representations from residents, disability groups, businesses and other organisations, together with a petition of nearly 6,500 signatories, the Council has proceeded without revisiting the scheme or addressing the documented accessibility concerns. There is substantial public concern that legitimate issues have been minimised or dismissed, and that the Council's approach does not reflect the transparency, accountability or equality duty obligations expected of a public authority. Formal questions. On what basis has the Council chosen not to address the accessibility failings identified in the BBC reporting, and how is this decision compatible with its duties under the Equality Act 2010 and associated accessibility guidance? 2. What formal weight has the Council given to the petition of nearly 6,500 residents, and why has the Council elected not to take action despite such clear community opposition? 3. Will the Council now commit to an immediate comprehensive review of the gyratory scheme's impact on disabled people and pedestrians, including structured engagement with disabled user groups and independent accessibility specialists? If such a review is to proceed, what is the Council's precise timetable for commencing the review, consulting affected stakeholders, publishing findings and implementing necessary modifications? 5. What mechanisms will the Council put in place to ensure transparent, timely feedback to stakeholders and the wider public regarding how their concerns are influencing future decisions?
So Wilson.
Thank you. So 6 separate answers, I think. So in answer to question 1, the Council is taking accessibility issues identified in the BBC reporting very seriously. Regarding the bus stop, this is currently suspended and the Council is working with Arriva to resolve this. Shropshire Council is commissioning an independent safety review to investigate how the completed project complies with relevant legislation and what remedial action may need to be taken. This will include considering equality's impact assessment. In answer 2, Shropshire Council understands the high level of public concern. This is why the project was rapidly considered by the Economy and Environment Scrutiny Committee on Thursday the 13th November, with verbal recommendations taken to Cabinet on Wednesday the 19th of November. Further to this, the Economy and Environment Scrutiny Committee conducts a rapid task and finish process on Monday the 24th of November, with a report taken to Cabinet on Wednesday the 3rd of December. The petitioner was able to speak directly to the Task and Finish group. Alongside this, an independent safety review is being commissioned, which will consider how the scheme complies with relevant legislation and what remedial action may need to be taken. In answer to question 3, Shropshire Council is already in the process of conducting such a review. This is being carried out independently of our existing technical partners. One of the key requirements of this review will be to understand how the scheme impacts on all users. This should explain how the scheme complies with relevant legislation and what remedial action may need to be taken. In answer to question 4, a comprehensive scope has been drafted for the independent review, and this will be taken forward once legal and procurement advice is obtained on the appropriate route to market. Early indications are that from commission to receipt of a full report will take approximately 12 weeks, given the level of detail required to inform the chosen consultant and the breadth of review itself. In the meantime, a formal interim stage 3 road safety audit has been instructed. Implementation of any potential modifications would be subject to a consultation, formal approvals and funding and resource availability. In answer to question 5, the new administration of Shropshire Council has been clear that lessons need to be learned from this project and others that have fallen short. A key recommendation of the Task and Finish group, which reported to Cabinet last week, was that to use this issue as a catalyst for organisational change, fostering a culture of collaboration, accountability and continuous learning. This has been heard loud and clear by the Council leadership and must be evident in future projects.
Thank you. Is Joanna Blackman here? Could you come up to the... You press the right-hand button on there.
At the National Emergency Briefing on the Climate and Nature Crisis, which was held on the 27th of November, 10 of the UK's leading experts briefed an invite-only audience of over 1,200 politicians and leaders from business, culture, faith, sport and the media, with the latest implications for health, food, national security and the economy. Leading experts warned that we face unprecedented societal and ecological collapse, including starvation, economic collapse, civil unrest and wars, if we don't take decisive action to limit further global warming and to preserve nature. Paul Behrens at the University of Oxford said, Britain has seen 3 of the 5 worst cereal harvests on record occur this decade. Things could get so bad it leads to civil unrest. We face a choice. We can continue with business as usual, watching our food systems crumble and then bracing ourselves for political and civil unrest, or we can act now. The emergency briefing concluded that we need a World War II level of leadership. Leadership as if the survival of our society depends on it, because it does. In the light of these unprecedented risks to local, national and global communities, will the Council, 1, arrange to watch films of the emergency briefing? 2, discuss and agree a plan for how the Council will play their role as part of this World War II level of leadership? And 3, disseminate this vital information widely, including by organising emergency briefings for the public. Just as an extra point of information, short films of each expert's talk are now being produced, and most of those are already available on the YouTube channel of the National Emergency Briefing. And in the spring, a short documentary will be available summarising the entire 3-hour event with the key information. Thank you.
Councillor Kidd.
Thank you for your question. The Council acknowledges the importance of the issues you've raised at the recent National Emergency Briefing. Climate change and nature loss present significant challenges to communities locally and nationally, and we remain committed to playing our part in addressing these. We understand that the recordings of the briefing reference will be publicly available once it's released, and members and officers are welcome to watch that. If we have the links, then we can circulate those for members to look at. The Council has an established climate strategy and action plan which sets out our approach to reducing emissions and supporting nature recovery. We continue to deliver projects such as energy efficiency improvements through renewable energy installations and carbon literacy training. These efforts will be reviewed regularly to ensure that they remain aligned with emerging evidence and national guidance. And you will have seen some of the issues that and projects that have come through Cabinet already are investing in doing some of that anyway. We recognise the value of keeping residents informed. The Council will consider options for sharing relevant information, including through existing communication channels, community engagement initiatives as well. Any future events or briefings will be planned in line with available resources and priorities. In summary, the Council will continue to work towards its climate objectives, monitor developments and explore opportunities for collaboration with partners and communities. And those collaborations are absolutely vital in the face of our financial emergency. Updates will be provided through normal reporting processes.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yes. I think, obviously, I recognise that the Council declared a climate emergency in 2019. That is 6.5 years ago. I think the point of this national emergency briefing is very little has changed in 6 years. In fact, the only change is things are getting worse. The crisis is accelerating. And this is why there is a call for a World War II level of leadership. And hearing the words, we will continue with what we're already doing, which is obviously it's important to continue what we're already doing. We will monitor, but we need. So my question really is, what additional that rises to a World War II level of leadership is the council planning to do? And I it's great to welcome councillors to watch the briefing individually, but will you watch it as a group? Will you discuss it as a group and hold emergency meetings to look at how action can be accelerated that is consistent with the level of emergency that we face, that meets that level of emergency?
Thank you for your supplementary. As you know, our financial emergency is taking precedence over most things. This is not to say we're not taking this issue seriously. There are a number of ways that people will be able to feed in, not least through the local plan as it goes up for consultation, which I will urge most of you to take part in. Getting 74 members in a room with officers to do exactly what you're asking is quite difficult. It may be that we can put something online, but that will depend on people then logging in and doing that out of interest. So there are a number of things we can do. What I can't commit to doing is spending money that we haven't got, because the improvement board will not allow that. And furthermore, I would much prefer to be able to do exactly what we can do. And the last 6 years of this were nothing to do with this administration.
Okay.
So we'll be doing what we can, but we will be collaborating with people. And many of you will know that there's quite a lot of work going on with groups out in communities and where we are attending and supporting, which is what we can do at the present time until hopefully the council is in a better place. But we are looking at insulating buildings, better quality housing, all of those things, which is a start. Furthermore, actually, what I haven't told you is that our carbon emissions have actually fallen by a third since 2009, which is something and not anything to do with us at the present time.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Palmer here? Palmer.
Has the form for Shropshire Council to apply for £71.361 million of exceptional financial support arrived yet from the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government? If not, is the Council concerned about being strung along? If it has arrived, have you applied for the £71.361 million loan yet? On what date will you apply? Or is there prevarication from this council? The Tories, who wrecked Shropshire Council's finances, have a lot to answer for.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, John. An interesting comments that you make, and it's a fairly simple answer that I can give you. Yes, officers are currently working on the council's application for EFS and are anticipating submitting this form tomorrow on the 12th of December.
You have a supplementary.
I will spare you further interrogation in a supportive manner.
Okay, Mr. Skeets. Andrew Skeets. Yeah. right hand button on your.
Should know that from the last time I was here. Anyway, my question will be at the end of what I've got written down here. At the July Council meeting, I asked a question about the delivery by Quay Developments Limited of meeting unmet housing need and providing financial assistance to the council. Now, having looked at council accounts for years 23-24 and latest and also earlier CDL accounts at Companies House, I'm concerned by no information is available for staff costs, including directors' remuneration and other expenses and salaries. Also, no information about the cost of office use and also their usage levels. 5 sites have been acquired at a cost of £570,000 of worthless company shares by Quay. The sale seems to be questionable as the criteria contained in section 1.9 on page 32 of the council accounts seem not to have been met. If this is so, it could have serious implications for officers and councillors. The council accounts, page 113, state for CDL's total expenditure of 0.806 million, income of 0.298 million. Very little financial assistance to the council for its large financial support to CDL to date. So with the foregoing information, together with new houses for sale by Quay being changed to houses to let, and then a price drop event with sale prices being reduced by 10%, perhaps the over-engineering of the new properties using all electric are some of the reasons why sales have slowed. Would it not be prudent to suspend any new CDL building projects which have not started and also have a revised future vision by the council?
Councillor James Owen.
Thank you for your questions. Quay Developments Limited does not publish directors' remuneration in the accounts filed at Companies House because there's currently no legal requirement to do so for small companies. In the first 2 financial years of the company, the accounts were prepared by Shropshire Council, and they did include this level of detail. In the more recent years, CDL's accounts have been prepared by Assets. Director salaries and related costs are included in the full accounts provided to the CDL board and to Shropshire Council. However, the abridged version that is filed at Companies House does not include individual director level remuneration or benefits. Looking ahead, the law is changing. For tax years beginning from April 2026, companies will be required to file profit and loss accounts, which will therefore include salary information. For full transparency, the total director's remuneration transferred to CDL for the year ending 31st of March 2025 was £63,206. We'd like to reassure you that we're continually reviewing CDL business plan against market changes and demand against any risks. Independent board members receive a small salary only and have received no other payments. 6 directors were appointed to the CDL board in 2020, of whom 3 remain. One of the replacement directors has also since stepped down. The 4 departures were for the following reasons. 2 directors were Shropshire Council representatives and stepped down from the CDL board when they left council employment. 1 director sadly passed away, and 1 director left due to health issues. For clarity on where payments do appear, the council does not pay CDL employees. All salaries and employment costs are recharged to CDL previously via Shropshire Council and now via Star Housing. This is why you will not see payments to CDL staff, including directors, in Shropshire Council's statements of account. Where residents have referred to disclosures for earlier years, for example, the executive director salary shown in 2019-20 and the 20-21 accounts, that reflects the different preparation approach in these early years and the fact that the filed small company accounts for later years do not require itemised director remuneration or benefits. So I hope this information provides some clarity to your questions.
Supplementary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Owen. We've been in correspondence about this, and I must say the answer you've just given me gives support to what Councillor Dartnell suggested, that we have the answers before we come to the meetings, because I've had so much information there, as have the councillors and officers. One thing I would say is I find it very interesting that the director in the first 2 years of Quay's existence. I think his salary went up from 18,000 because it was a short year up to, I think it was about 120,000. And I'm most surprised that it can now come down to £35,000 or something that you mentioned. I don't actually remember what you mentioned. And the council obviously seem to be getting very good value for that. But I think the public would like to know, because we're in such a terrible state, what actually is happening with Cornovian. I'm very pleased that the laws are changing. So thank goodness for the Labour Party if it's them to do that, because it will get lots of people questions answered. So that's my supplementary. I just think the members of the public need to have more information about what goes on with this company. You didn't mention the purchase of properties by the issuing of £1 shares, £570,000. Now, is this actually changing the costings of the company in what they charge for houses? I'll finish on that final question, which you didn't answer.
So on the salary information, we don't pay the full salary of the director. That's now paid via the company, as it is a separate legal entity. Oh. So Shropshire Council only remunerates the 63,206 for all directors. On the buildings, I did notice that the response doesn't include a director's comment on that, but I can assure you that I am looking into that as part of the review of CDL to make sure that it is following its business plan.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor. No doubt we'll be in touch.
Mr. Crow, John Crow.
Well, thank you, Chair. Morning, Council. If Shropshire Council is formally resolved to proceed with its 2022 resolution of the disposal of our Shire Hall, we note that it was agreed by the Council that terms and conditions would all be subject to approval by the full Council. Will the Council member please confirm that A, in the event of a sale being proposed, that these terms and conditions will cover all aspects, and B, the whole Council and public can consider the terms and conditions as Council previously agreed?
Councillor Evans. Thank you, Chairman. And I'll start with apologies for the lateness of the report being published. There were some difficulties, and hopefully, as was said by the leader at the start of the meeting, it is our intention to publish reports and answers to questions much more in advance of what happened. But to answer your questions, this is a difficult decision, but one that is necessary to secure the best outcome for Shropshire in these challenging times. We have looked at every option, and these are listed in the report being considered later today. The recommendation we feel offers the greatest benefit to both our residents and the Council's finances. We have tried to be open and transparent, and that is why the report is in two parts. Part 2 is in the private sections, as there is a need for commercial confidentiality with a number of figures. The review, which comes at a time of unprecedented financial pressure for the Council, sets out a clear recommendation for the future of the now vacant Shropshire building, including the site. As is stated in the just released press statement, we recognise Shire Hall has been an institution for many residents and visitors, hosting numerous events, meetings and public gatherings, playing a significant role in community life. The current recommendations within the report being considered include at 3.2 the following recommendation. Completes additional master plan options for a mixed-use development incorporating healthcare, affordable supported living, commercial and residential elements. Prepare and finalise a business case for consideration by Council at a future meeting. Therefore, subject to the recommendations being approved, a full business case, as set out above, will come before a full council before it is being agreed. Thank you, Chairman.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Chair. Given that it is formally agreed that the terms and conditions would be subject to approval at the full council, which you've just said, Councillor Evans, will the council commit to making available a formal public consultation?
There included in the report is a statement to say that there will be a full understanding and a discussion with all interested parties during the discussion about putting in a planning application. So there will be a full discussion as much as is possible with you, your body, who I know have great reservations and have fought quite a hard campaign to preserve the Shire Hall, and we have had discussions, but there will be discussions to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to make comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, questions from members. 6 members are allowed in accordance with Procedure Rule 15. 5 questions been received from Councillors Marston, Jones, Naylor, Mallon and Rowley. I will ask each councillor to read their question and the appropriate portfolio holder to give a response. Members then have an opportunity to put supplementary. Question 1 from Councillor Sarah Marston.
Thank you. For me. Given the significant safety concerns on the B5476 through Harmer Hill and the petition signed by 103 residents requesting a reduction in the speed limit, will the council consider reducing the current speed limit from 40 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour? This section of road is residential with multiple properties and developments accessed directly from the carriageway. The existing 40 mile an hour limit creates a dangerous environment for pedestrians, including children and the elderly, and for vehicles exiting side roads such as Bridgewater Place, Lilypad Cottage and adjacent properties, and the cottages to the north end of the village. Indeed, there was a collision only last week. Observations from electronic speed sensors on the A528 through Harmer Hill indicate that most drivers would comply with a 30-mile limit if clearly signed. There is precedent for such a change, as this was implemented some years ago on the A528 Ellesmere Road in Harmer Hill, and crash map data shows a higher incidence of serious and fatal collisions on the B5476 compared to the A528 between 1999 and 2024. Will the council commit to reviewing this section of road and implementing a 30 mile an hour limit with signage to improve safety for residents and road users?
Councillor Dainty.
Thank you, Councillor Marston, for a question. So the traffic team will undertake an investigation on the B5476 through Harmer Hill, collating speed and collision data along with the understanding of footfall and residential activity. The police will then be asked to comment on the suitability of any speed limit reduction. If at that point all parties agree the speed limit reduction is appropriate, the route will be placed on the Future Works programme for the allocation of funding.
Mr. Marston.
Thank you for that. Could you confirm what sort of timescale you envisage for reviewing the section of road and implementing any changes?
I will have to speak to the relevant officers as to what is currently in the Future Works programme. I can't commit to a precise time right now.
Question 2 from Rob Jones.
Thank you, Chair. My question is this. Residents in my division have brought to me their concerns about the impact on the River Perry of an ever-growing number of residential developments. The river's catchment covers a wide area from Gabowen and the east of Oswestry across to Ellesmere. Many of these areas have seen and are likely to continue seeing new residential developments. The surface runoff from rainfall on these sites has an impact on river flows with economic consequences for riparian landowners downstream who are responsible for maintaining the river. In addition to that, There are concerns about the management of wastewater outflows into the river and the limited capacity of the sewage network to cope with the increased demand from new developments. Both of these issues are considerably exacerbated by the increasing frequency of extreme weather events linked to climate change. In planning for the future growth and development of our county, how are we going to address these issues to ensure development is sustainable? Will Shropshire Council be revising and updating its Sustainable Drainage Systems Handbook to align with changes introduced by DEFRA earlier this year? Some of the changes introduced include a hierarchy of runoff destination, a requirement that the first 5 millimetres of rainfall be retained through on-site infiltration, and the introduction of design criteria for developments that consider major storm events.
James Owen? Says James Owen on here. Or is it David Walker? It's David Walker, says James Owen. I thought it odd.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Councillor Jones, for your question, and with the raised river levels outside, the impeccable timing of your question. I would say I was on a scrutiny panel in Shropshire County Council over 20 years ago, and we worked out a lot of these issues. It is beholden on us to make sure we design out problems as early as we can to make sure runoff is contained on site and we slow the flow, because we need a whole catchment plan. As part of the future preparation of the council's new local plan, the identification of sustainable sites for growth will take account of a range of physical constraints, including whether the site is fully or partially within an identified flood risk, including surface water flooding. A strategic flood risk assessment will be prepared in 2026 to support this analysis. The council will also be assessing the current capacity of waste treatment plants, including consideration of whether upgrades to facilities and their related works is required to accommodate planned growth. This will be covered in an update to the water cycle study, also likely to be prepared in 2026. FA, Shropshire Council has duties set under the Flood and Water Management Act 2010 to produce a local flood risk management strategy and to act as a statutory consultee to the local planning authority for major development. Although the LLFA is only designated defined as a development larger than 10 properties or 1,000 square metres of floor space or sites over 1 hectare. In Shropshire, the LLFA also provides bespoke comments on minor development in urban areas within 10 metres of watercourse and for development in mapped flood zones. This approach ensures any development proposed in areas at risk are appropriately considered, irrespective of their size. As part of the consultee role, the LLFA assesses the potential impact of the proposed development in terms of existing flood risk to the site and its potential impact on the surrounding catchments. This consultee role is currently delivered through the Council's engineering consultant, WSP. When reviewing planning applications, WSP will consider the development proposed against both council policy set out in the SUDS handbook and, where appropriate, supersede this with an updated national policy. As a result, any planning conditions applied to the new development by the LPA will be in line with the most up-to-date guidance. The Council are currently in the process of updating the local flood risk management strategy document, which sets out an overarching policy on how we deliver the LLFA statutory consultee role. It is hoped that a draft of this strategy will be available for the new calendar year. Once this new strategy has been formally adopted by Shropshire Council, the LLFA will look to update the SUDS handbook in line with the agreed overarching policy.
No further question, just to say thank you for the response.
Okay, moving on to question 3 from Councillor Naylor.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Roger Evans kindly responded publicly at the 19th of November Cabinet meeting to a Shire Hall question from my constituent, Jane Callagher. I appreciate Shire Hall is not in my division. However, I feel I'm permitted to ask this question as clearly the Council's headquartering is of importance to us all. Councillor Evans, you stated then that staff, you said the vast majority, were unhappy with Shire Hall. But the few I've spoken to say they are unhappy with Guildhall and strongly wish they were back at Shire Hall. So could you please provide any recent survey information or other data to confirm that the vast majority were indeed unhappy with the Shire Hall? And indeed, please could you share any survey or other data which demonstrates staff are happier here at Guildhall? Going on, having had experience myself of repurposing older buildings, including regeneration of King's Cross's modernist estate, Maiden Lane, I know an effective cost-saving option for a building like Shire Hall is a joint venture with a commercial partner. The partner injects capital, initially to refurbish and fix the heating problems Councillor Evans mentioned, and so the council can move back while retaining ownership and then agree opportunities for income generation. A finance expert assures me this would be attractive to private investors. I've also been assured by others who know Shire Hall well, including an architect, an engineer and tour services expert who knows the heating system, that the initial refurbishment investment will be only 3 or 4 million. Could Councillor Evans please confirm that such a joint venture option has been fully considered? Thank you.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been informed that our recent staff survey in June 25 did not ask a specific question on work basis. However, some staff did provide further information in response to the free text questions around improvements, which included reference to working at the Shire Hall and Guildhall. Regular informal discussions with the workforce indicate that staff feel happier at Guildhall, and this is an improvement on the Shire Hall. There is room for improvement at the Guildhall, and a review is currently underway of how we better utilise the space, and teams are engaged in this process. Thank you for your suggestion regarding a joint venture or JV approach for the refurbishment of the Shire Hall. As part of the Shire Hall strategic review, the council undertook soft market testing to explore a range of partnership and investment models, including potential JVs with commercial partners. However, this process did not yield a viable or attractive JV model for the council. The main reasons were any JV partner would expect a commercial return, typically through rent or a share of ownership, which would likely cost the council more in the long run than borrowing directly via the Public Works Loan Board. The current financial emergency for Shropshire Council makes the prospect of borrowing money that does not create a financial return extremely challenging and not viable for the authority. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the very helpful and full reply. A couple of positives, if I may, to say I very much support, of course, the work on Guildhall to ensure facilities are fully used. And indeed, I very much support our moving forward on Shire Hall to find an agreement and a proposal to move things forward. That Shire Halls have been sitting empty for years, which does nobody any good whatsoever. 2 quick final points, though. The response on the JV, helpful though it is, indicates that I'm not quite sure that the real point of a JV has got across, because your response makes reference to Shropshire Council having to borrow more money. Well, the point of a JV is that the partner puts in the money and we are saved that. Otherwise, of course, a JV option would be just as bad as any other. So finally, just to check, in case there's anybody in the room or anybody indeed outside the room who might be interested in looking further at the JV option, would Councillor Evans facilitate access to the building and indeed to those figures that aren't commercially sensitive? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm happy to accommodate that and would be interested in accompanying anybody that did want to visit. I visited the Shire Hall just a few weeks ago, and there was a tale to another paragraph to that reply, which I didn't turn over the page to read, and my apologies for that. And it is, if there was a credible fixed cost proposal for a compliant refurbishment to deliver a modern and efficient building at 3 to 4 million, yes, the council would be very interested to see the details. Thank you, Chairman.
Question 4 from Councillor Brendan Mallon.
Morning, Council. Recent problems around severe congestion and emergency services access due to the gyratory works calls into question the assumptions behind the big town plan. Shrewsbury Moods tail-round traffic data clearly demonstrates the impact of these works. Year on year, traffic on Castle Forgate travelling at 6 miles per hour or less has increased by 657%, and across town overall by 128%. Despite installing a new cycle lane alongside the existing cycle path, two-wheeled traffic on Castle Forgate is down 31%, 29% on Wild Cobb and 33% on Smithfield. So the dream of increasing cycling has yet to be realised. To the extent that data gathering and modelling were conducted to determine the feasibility of the Big Town Plan's ultimate objective, removing most traffic from the town centre and replacing it with foot and cycle movement, do the assumptions made still hold true in light of the actual outcome so far? Can any of these plans be considered valid in the context of the North West Relief Road suspension, a project fundamental to Big Town Plan feasibility? Given the rurality of Shropshire and our ageing population, was there ever solid evidence a transition from cars to cycling was ever achievable? If we wish to continue making profound changes to the lives of Slopians, can you provide councillors and residents full transparency on all data, modelling and assumptions used to justify the gyratory works and the even more sweeping changes to come if we continue with the Big Town Plan? Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
The issues around the station directory are well documented. They serve as stark evidence of the lack of strategic transport planning policy under the previous Conservative administration, failing to robustly support and ensure alignment of hard-won capital funding into the most appropriate projects that would further improve our wonderful county town. I'm grateful to the Rapid Task and Finish Group for exposing the many failings, not least the disconnection between that particular project and the Big Town Plan and the Movement and Public Space Strategy. Moving on, Councillor Mallon has rightly identified the problem. Shrewsbury is a medieval town designed for people on foot and horses. We now have to balance this with modern forms of transport, and this hasn't been seriously addressed since Pride Hill was pedestrianised. I must, however, correct Councillor Mallon. The objectives of the Movement and Public Space Strategy include increasing the economic viability of Shrewsbury Town Centre to the benefit of the whole county, and increase accessibility of the town centre by a variety of modes of transport, including private vehicles. The trial weekend closure of High Street and Shoplatch has been an almost unmitigated success, but knock-on impacts have not been addressed. Is Councillor Mallon suggesting that the North West Relief Road should be built at a cost of the county of nearly £1,000 for every man, woman and child in the county, or that steps shouldn't be taken to improve journey times for buses, emergency vehicles and those driving to the town centre? I have only heard the reform group say what they wouldn't do, not what they would do.
Councillor Mallon.
I do have a follow-up question, but just kind of respond to that last point. The point is you can't do both as currently conceived. If you want Big Town Plan, you need North West Relief Road. If you want North West Relief Road and it is an expensive project and it did balloon by 3 times, then you have to completely revisit the assumptions of the Big Town Plan. But my follow-on question, if I may, the Master Vision document for the Big Town Plan presents a particular vision. It says, look at the artist's impressions and the photoshopped images in there. as very much a metropolitan, pedestrianised, high-rise, gentrified sort of development, a bit like you get in recent transformations seen in places like Liverpool or Manchester. So it seems to be oriented towards more big city dwellers, young, hip, people working in the digital economy, working from home, don't need a car, which is great for them, of course. So I would ask, who is this all for? Is it for existing residents of Shrewsbury and Shropshire? Or are we expecting to import a new demographic that described above from those big cities? You're even renaming parts of town like the historic quarter and the station quarter. Again, you get that Birmingham Jewellery quarter, Cathedral quarter in Belfast. So is it for people who are currently here, or are you expecting people to move here from the big cities to live a similar lifestyle in a smaller setting?
Thank you. I have to correct you. The movement strategy was written both with and without the North West Relief Road in place. And I would remind all members of council that that was the case. There is clearly more work to do to turn a vision and strategy into a deliverable plan. And it's frustrating that due to errors in inaction by the previous Conservative administration, this work was not started when the strategy was adopted by full council exactly 1 year ago. I would say that we have a problem with keeping young people in the county. It's really important that our young people stay here and have the opportunity to stay here. So it's not necessarily, as Councillor Mann suggests, about young people coming from elsewhere, although we very much welcome them, but also about keeping our own young people here and have them not moving away. Very important for our economy and very important for this council's finances. We are starting to work through what can be achieved with limited funding, but I have not heard an answer about what reform are proposing. So it's clear to me that the inaction they are suggesting is not an option for us.
Okay, question 5. It's in the name of Councillor Rowley, but I believe it's going to be asked by Dawn Hoosman.
Thank you, Chair. In recent months, Kent County Council has claimed savings of 32 million over 4 years and 7.5 million by 2030 by cancelling estate retrofits and halting EV transition linked to net zero targets. Durham County Council has also rescinded its climate emergency pledge, citing financial pressures and the need to prioritise statutory services. These examples show that significant savings can be achieved by reviewing non-essential commitments. In light of our ongoing financial challenges and the need for greater accountability, will this council commission an opposition-led internal audit modelled on the Doge approach to identify non-essential expenditure across all departments? Reducing spend in these areas would not affect essential services but could save millions at a time of crisis. The audit should specifically examine the cost of delivering net zero targets and climate emergency commitments, including capital works, fleet transition and governance structures. Net zero projects planned for the next 2 financial years that could be delayed or stopped until our finances are more sustainable. Expenditure on equality, diversity and inclusion initiatives, including staffing and programme costs, which could be paused without breaching statutory duties. The aim is to provide a clear, evidence-based assessment of potential savings and ensure resources are focused on core services during this period of financial constraint. Thank you.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your question. And I'll say, Councillor Rowley, whilst your proposals include equalities, diversity and inclusion initiatives, I have focused on addressing it by taking account of the climate change aspects. The Council's focus on achieving net zero by 2030 and therefore being carbon neutral is underpinned by the declaration of a climate emergency by this Council in May 2019. This is a policy priority set by this Council, and any deviation from that position would need to be agreed by Council. In terms of reviewing policy, the Council has effective mechanisms to ensure opportunities for cross-party and apolitical consideration of learning and opportunities to propose changes. Our Overview and Scrutiny Committee are the right vehicle for this work, looking into opportunities for the Council and concerns for their communities. They will also be able to ensure that the aims of the Council's improvement plan are built into their consideration of the topics they look at. In doing so, they can make evidence-based recommendations to Cabinet. Evidence-based, I will repeat, and also to Council. We have had some very good work carried out through our overview and scrutiny committees that I know you have been an active member of. As the administration, we positively and actively promote transparency and the involvement and engagement of all members from all groups in the work of the Council. We are very happy for members to use the levers that we have available to us and to you, and in this case, our Overview and Scrutiny Committee. We would encourage robust investigation into matters that allow recommendations to come forward that present considered, well-evidenced and deliverable options that can help the Council be financially stable and sustainable. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Huseman.
No further questions this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we move on to item 8, the External Auditor's Annual Report. I invite the leader, Councillor Heather Kidd, to present the report, and you're seconding, I believe, Councillor Evans, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Kidd.
Shropshire Council acknowledges the findings of the External Auditor's Annual Report, which I will remind you is for the years 24 to 25, and it was issued by our external auditors, Grant Thornton. The report highlights significant financial challenges and includes one statutory recommendation alongside 3 key recommendations focused on strengthening financial resilience and governance, and you'll find those in the report itself. We recognise the seriousness of these recommendations and are committed to decisive and sustained action. You will be aware, and we have 2 papers later on in the agenda that help deal with all of this. None of this report was a surprise to us because we did have a corporate peer challenge in July where most of these issues had already been raised. And we have been working on those recommendations, which were verbal to begin with and in writing from September onwards. So the Cabinet has already considered a series of measures, including Shropshire Council's improvement plan, which is next on the agenda, which sets out a clear roadmap for improvement over the next 18 months. Medium-term financial strategy, establishing the foundations for the stabilised and sustainable budget, a capital strategy which will be coming forward for the next Cabinet, I believe in January, outlining a prudent approach to capital investment, and pre-budget reports detailing technical actions and so on to address the section 114 risk, and that will align financial strategies. Further steps will include approval of the 26-27 budget, the MTFS in February 2026, ensuring compliance with the statutory recommendation and delivering financial stability. We will continue to work transparently with the Audit and Governance Committee and all the stakeholders to implement these improvements. The important thing about this report coming to Council is that all 74 members can actually assess that report, have their input so that the interim chief exec can actually reply to this to Grant Thornton to set that path in motion, and that they can consider all of our thoughts on that. It did go in an informal way to the Audit Committee, as I'm sure Councillor Kerr will refer to, and I draw your attention to the recommendations at 3A, B, C and D. Thank you.
You wish to speak now, Councillor Evans?
I wish to withhold my...
Okay. Yeah. I have Councillor Kerr and then Kate Halliday.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to make a statement on behalf of myself and Councillor Kate Halliday as Chair and Vice Chair of the Audit and Governance Committee. The committee received this report 2 weeks ago and recommended it came before the full Council for consideration. Ever since its first meeting in May, the committee has made the improvement to the council's corporate governance its number one and remit, and called on the leader and chief executive to attend a meeting to explain their improvement plans. Kate and myself have been on training courses and sought advice from many other experts to ensure that the committee is equipped to fulfil its role. External audit warned the council of their increasing concerns via a letter sent in September. Unfortunately, since then, the financial situation has continued to deteriorate. The judgments made by internal audit reviews are still showing no signs of improvement, and further concerns have come to light. We are therefore disappointed but not surprised that our auditors have taken the unusual step of issuing a statutory recommendation. Let us be clear, this is not a common occurrence. It should cause us
Councillor
all...
Kerr,
Yep.
can I just point out, as the leader said, that this auditor's report is on last year, so references to the current year are not pertinent to the auditor's report.
I think it was made clear in the Audit and Governance Committee that when the external auditors were asked what led to their assessment to issue the statutory recommendation, they said they took account of decisions and conversations they'd had this year, in addition to matters from last year, and that's a matter on record from the Audit Committee. So let me carry on. It is not a common occurrence, and it should cause us all to stop and reflect. In the report, they directly link our financial emergency to our corporate governance failings, putting services to our communities at risk if we cannot improve. This is a sober situation. In the past, recommendations from external audit...
I have cause.
The governance is referring to the 24-25, not to the government that has taken place in this council since May 25. Therefore, it is irrelevant to bring it forward now.
I'm just reading what the linkage is in the statutory recommendation. This is a sober situation. In the past, recommendations from external audit have not always led to appropriate action by the council. This cannot be allowed to happen this time. We urge the leadership to prepare a meticulous plan addressing each and every point on the auditor's recommendations and provide an action plan with a clear time frame and accountability. This may require additional resources. If it does, this must be an absolute priority for the council. When this detailed plan has been finalised, the Audit and Governance Committee will play its role by scrutinising progress. The professionally experienced internal audit team are also ready to assist in assessing and, if appropriate, giving the council a reassurance that these matters are not only being addressed, but embedded in the council's culture. Thank you.
Councillor Halliday.
Thank you, Chair. There have been ongoing and persistent weaknesses in how we do things within the council. As Councillor Kerr said, it's very unusual to get a statutory recommendation. It's not something that external auditors do regularly. And in fact, I believe the external auditor who attended our last meeting said that it had been around a year since the last time he did this, and obviously they look at many councils. Some of the things that they have said about what has been going on here is that there's been over optimism in how we predict savings, and I think we really need to look at this, and most certainly that is something that has persisted since the new financial year, with inability to say how much we can save, the amount that we're going to save, the amount of money that we're going to ask the government for changing as a result of this. There are some quite difficult to understand how these mistakes were made, but for example, in terms of the last financial year, the council worked on the prediction of how much savings they were going to make at the beginning of that financial year, and then discovered at the end of the year that in fact we had not made those savings and that we were several £7 million out. So part of what the auditor was saying is we weren't recording the actual savings we were making, we were recording the savings we thought we might make. So it's quite, I make these points because it's quite serious. I do recognise that we have new leadership, both in terms of the council and also in terms of our chief executive. I do feel there have been some changes as a result of this. Certainly, you've come along to the audit committee, and I have noticed some of the changes in terms of how you are talking to staff. The fact that audit reports are now looked at regularly, I understand, in council meetings. But we are in a very serious position, and we absolutely cannot carry on with potentially could be described as sloppy financial procedures and over optimism in what we can achieve. And we absolutely need to start making decisions right now, not plans, not hopes for government money. We need to start making decisions right now on how we're going to save money.
Don Huseman.
Thank you. The main reasons we are in this mess now are due to the loss of what equates to £26 million in lost council tax revenue this year alone, due to the repeated council tax freezes as a result of the previous administration's actions, plus the loss of the £10 million rural services grant, which is the government's fault. But in addition to this, we have got over £30 million worth of undelivered savings. We are now in a position that we're going to have to borrow millions and pay interest on the borrowings to try and get out of this mess. I clarified during a separate meeting that these undelivered savings are those that were identified by the PwC report, a report that we, the taxpayers of Shropshire, paid millions for. I was told that they were. I have repeatedly requested sight of this report. After all, we paid for it. Why can't we see it? The work was commissioned by the previous administration, so we can't blame the current administration for it. So why won't the current administration allow us to see it? When I have previously requested sight of this and questioned the savings identified, I was told that it had been evaluated by Grant Thornton and they had found no issues. Now, Grant Thornton's report identifies these same savings as undelivered, and I would go as far as to say undeliverable, and highlights it as a problem. I am on record repeatedly asking for sight of this report. I trust that our press colleagues will ensure that the residents of Shropshire are made aware of this. Most recently at the audit committee, I was fobbed off and told that the LGA were going to conduct a value for money investigation and report back. I do not want a sanitised report telling me that they think the millions we spent was value for money. It clearly wasn't, due to the fact that £31 million of the savings are undeliverable. I want sight of this report so as to make my own assessment as to whether or not what we got for them was worth the millions that we paid them. This administration says that it wants to be transparent and open, and is evidence in that. So I therefore request that you now do just that and give members sight of the whole report that was delivered to the council by PwC. If this has to be done in private session due to commercial sensitivities, then I understand that, but we should have sight of the actual report. Thank you.
Donna Edmonds.
Yeah, I just want to also make a plea really for transparency on behalf of people of Hodnet and Shropshire more generally. I think when I talk to parish councils and residents, a lot of them just simply don't understand how we've got to this position. The statutory recommendation is an excellent one. It basically just says that we should make it clear exactly what our financial position is by going through the books and seeing what we actually have to deliver and how that weighs up against how much money we have. There's no reason, as far as I can see, why that information shouldn't then be put into a report that's made public, but actually that isn't written in what I like to call councilese, which people find very difficult to kind of decipher, but actually to be done in a clear, straightforward and open manner so that everybody in the county can see very, very clearly this is how much money the council has, this is what it must spend it on, this is what's left over. And I think that going forward would make it much easier for residents just to understand what exactly the council is doing with their money, what services they're actually are being delivered and how those are benefit to them. And it would just help to bring the county together as a whole so that we can move forward in a much more optimistic, open and respectful way, basically.
Thank you. Rosemary Don.
Yeah, thank you. Just to correct what was said earlier, in addition to council tax being held and even reduced during the period 2010 to 2016, that was also a period when austerity was afoot abroad and ruining everything in our country, thanks to the coalition government that slashed 60% of local authority funding. So that obviously had a substantial impact on our finances. And to consider that we cut council tax or held it during that period is quite a shocking thing. But enough of the history. I think that nothing is more important at Shropshire Council than our accounting procedures, our approach to savings and our governance. And this is true for any local authority on a good day. But we're not in good days, we're in desperate days. We're in the midst of a financial emergency, and therefore correcting the governance issues that have been highlighted in this report as very serious must be our first priority.
Anyone else?
So Clayton.
Morning. I just wanted to quickly ask, I've spoken to a number of charities in my local area since May, and this report has come back and it has scared them. So the first of the statutory requirements has requested that a minimal viable service provision be identified and find out what that costing would be. That has scared them for theirs. I've had multiple charities contact me asking me for details regarding what that would sound like and what that would be of impact to them. They have asked me very simply, how would they be able to project what their charity would need to do should services, whether it be direct or indirect, no longer be available to these charities? I ask, please, if the council would be able to, please could they provide the information, the expected minimal viable service, and what the actual costs potentially would be for charities if these services was to stop, so they could project what they could do to continue providing these charitable services to their local people.
James Owen.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight through the statutory recommendations matter of if we do have to reduce down to a minimum statutory service, some of that will be income generating. You can see that things like the theatre, we don't have to provide, but it does generate an income. We have to look at everything and justify why we shouldn't be cutting it as a non-statutory service. Things that you can't at the moment is difficult as leisure centres aren't statutory, museum and other things like that aren't statutory. There is a real risk that things that we can't argue aren't very useful and very well used by our residents, currently provided by Shropshire, are non-statutory and therefore at risk. Therefore, we can't just go, oh, let's just cut everything to get down to the minimum statutory recommendation. That's why we do have to consider very carefully how we actually approach that recommendation and justify it in the case of benefiting Shropshire and preventative services.
I've seen no more hands, so Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I note this report, and as a former member of the Audit Committee, as are one or two members in here today, it was reported and noted the reports by our internal audit that the budgets were unsustainable many times. However, the Audit Committee as a whole just noted those, and when the annual statements were brought to the full council, the administration, then in control, just noted them again. And I was involved in discussions on the budget for this year prior to last May, and I walked out of it in the finish because as an opposition at that time, we could not obtain information, even in private, of how the savings were going to be made. We said some of the savings for this current year were not possible. We would have made those comments earlier in previous years because it was obvious to anybody looking at it that the budget proposals were not deliverable. And there were money carried over from 22-23 to 23-24 of undeliverable savings with no plans in place to do it. Grant Thornton attended all those meetings and just noted the comments that were made. Internal audit, as I say, noted them, and they were just noted. Nothing else continued. But in reply to the request for more information, look at the Constitution, please. I referred to it earlier today. There are scrutiny committees, audit committees, all those. And under the Constitution, any of those committees can insist on seeing any paper, any report that is held by this council unless it is in preparation. Members do not have that authority, but scrutiny committees, audit committee can. And please use the processes, apolitical, and I will help, and I'm sure the other members of the cabinet will assist as much as possible in ensuring that the scrutiny committees, audit committee do have access to all the information that they want. It is wrong for 74 members to go to an officer and say, I want to see that paper. We are operating on a skeleton staff in places due to what has happened in previous years. There is not enough staff to do the work that they are required to do, which is why even members are having difficulty sometimes in having questions answered. So please use the apparatus which is there. We have effective scrutiny committees now. I think it's been widely remarked that they were ineffective prior to last May, and I and others were very frustrated at the way they did what was supposed to be their job to do. So I will second this and the recommendations there, and I would hope that everybody here will unanimously agree with the recommendations there, because we do need to give an indication to Grant Thornton and others that we do take their recommendations seriously, and we are going to alter the way this council operates and its finances. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Kidd.
Thank you. A number of things to come back on here. So I do hope you have read the improvement plan, because much of this is covered in that, because it's so important to us to get it right for the future. Much of the problem that we've encountered so far with the over-optimism, which really relates to the savings that were in the red rated section with no plans behind them, will not appear in future budgets, and nor will amber. That is moving things forward from what we've learnt from the past, and that is what we should be doing here, is learning from the past, from our CPC and from this very report. So we also implemented what the Corporate Peer Challenge suggested, which was we looked at actual spend. And it's when we looked at the actual spend, which rather than looking at what may be happening in the future, that we identified things going even more wrong. So had we not implemented the things that were already outlined to us, I'm sure audit will be applauding the fact that we did the right thing to know exactly where we are now financially, rather than pretending we knew with figures that were not correct. So that's where we are now, and we are using actual accounting to work out exactly what is going wrong with the budget. On top of that, I talked about only green savings going forward. We have the value for money for PwC report going forward, and of course it will be shared, but in private, because there may well be commercial sensitivities around that. We are an open and transparent council, and wherever we can, so that we don't put the council at further financial risk, we will be sharing that in the open. Everybody has to understand where we are and how difficult a situation we are now in, through no fault of any of the 74 members in this room, whether we happen to be administration or opposition, because most of these things happened when we were in opposition. We were not involved. I intend you all to be involved, but that means we all have to be responsible for the information that you get. So, openness and transparency are vital. We do have to look at all of those services. We do have to come forward with those. We're beginning to look at some really difficult decisions. One of those will be around Shire Hall today. Not because we want to do any of these things, but because we are forced to do these things, unfortunately. I would much prefer to have taken this council over 4 years ago, so that the decisions that we're now making would have been entirely different. But we are where we are. And the most important thing now for all of us is that we don't have commissioners come in, because commissioners will do something that really doesn't fit Shropshire. So what I need is everybody, whether you're opposition or in the administration, to be looking at all of these things constructively. We are having individual, independent people coming in to look at all of the departments so that we know exactly where each department is financially and where we can actually apply best practice to get better savings out of the situation, but to deliver the savings that we do need, but still have good quality services. Unfortunately, there will be areas that we have to stop. It may be the voluntary sector. It may be things that towns and parishes will pick up and do in partnership with us. But that's what it's all about. It's trying to make sure we still deliver for the residents of Shropshire wherever we can. But we are where we are financially, and it makes it very, very difficult. So there will be things that come forward, but wherever we can, there will be mitigations alongside whatever it is that we're deciding. And that's all I can promise. But what I will promise is the administration will be behind the improvement plan, supporting the improvement board, and doing what we have to do and working with all those out there who are willing to work with us to make sure our residents get the best out of the system. So I move the recommendations here, and we have a secondary, Roger Evans. I hope that all of your comments will be fed into where we are, but please remember this is a report on the past, and what I've just talked about is where we're going to in the future. Thank you.
Okay, moving to a vote. You're voting on the paragraphs in section 3 of the report. All of those in favour of accepting those recommendations? No. All of those against? Any abstentions? That's carried then on. Moving on to item 9, the improvement plan. I call on Councillor Kidd to move the report. I believe Councillor Wagner, you're seconding?
Well, with all my right.
Councillor Kidd.
As usual, my computer has just shut down again. Right, okay. The improvement plan, as I've just referred to several times, is the plan that our, let me just get into my computer so that I've one, got the agenda in front of me, and two, why do these things always happen? Right, right. I will. Okay, so with any luck, I will now get into the appropriate. The improvement plan is, in fact, the paper that we bring forward so that the improvement board has something to work to. The improvement board is not there to be a complete big stick, but it is there to keep us to our plan for the future so that we're making the savings as we go forward. It is also there to make sure that if and when the government gives us our exceptional financial support, that we keep to that and we're well on the path to recovery. So I'm presenting to you the draft improvement plan for the council, which we've developed at significant pace. Councils are not well known for working at speed. We now have to work at speed to deliver all of this. This reflects the urgency we need to apply to addressing our financial emergency and the findings and recommendations from our corporate peer challenge and the external auditor's annual letter. So all of this I've referred to in on the previous item. We really all need to support the work that's taking place and to address the recommendations that are in the improvement plan. I really can't emphasise enough how important this is to all members, officers, to fully understand the scale of our challenge, why we need to have an improvement plan, what the steps are we're taking, and our individual and collective roles and responsibilities. It's only those things that will mean that we're successful. And there will be things for all members that are really frustrating, because the things that everybody's expected of a council in the past won't necessarily be available in the future. But what we can do is work together to try and make this successful and get us through this. We also need to ensure that our residents and communities and our partners understand the journey we're on and how this might feel for them and for others. We have taken the draft improvement plan to transformation and improvement overview and scrutiny and to cabinet, and it's here at council today. And I'm really pleased to share that the questions, the observations and discussions demonstrated by all of the previous committees are included. There's an understanding of why we need this plan and what it will take to deliver it, as well as a broad support, all of which I hope is what we will be able to demonstrate as a council. The collective ownership of and support of the plan will be key in our step to providing assurance to our improvement board, to our residents, to partners, and ultimately to the government, that we understand that we have a grip on our situation and we have a route map to achieving financial stability and sustainability. Obviously, those details will come bit by bit because we've worked in 6 months to get where we are. Our draft improvement plan sets out our 3 improvement aims and 9 priority programmes of action to realise them, as well as how we will ensure the delivery plan. Our aims have been written to be relevant beyond the planned improvement period to March 2027. In all honesty, what council wouldn't want to be financially stable? I certainly want us to be financially stable, because unless we are, we can't deliver the services of the quality we need across the board. We have clear priorities and purpose and support and enable staff to excel and deliver good quality statutory services. Our priority programmes directly relate to the external recommendations that we need to address and fit against these 3 aims. We must remember that our improvement aims and priority programmes have been presented as lists in the plan, but they're all linked and dependent on one another to realise the full benefit and impact of delivering the plan. All will help the council to become more financially and operationally sustainable. It's not going to be over next week or next year. It's going to take us some time because we are in a really difficult position. The improvement plan is not built solely on new work and actions. It is about providing an overall framework and focus for our improvement and bringing coherence to all of the different improvement work we've been doing, identifying any gaps and actions to close them, setting these within one plan. This is to ensure alignment and make sure that resources to maximise the impact and change the way we deliver. There are a number of key plans coming forward for agreement and adoption at council and cabinet, so I should watch out for those. And that will happen in the new year now. These include the people plan that you've got in front of you today, and different plans and forms that will inform how we are financially stable and sustainable for the future. I'm sure that you will have all read the improvement plan, and you will have noticed that it's not as detailed as you would expect at this point. We couldn't possibly list out every single action we are taking to deliver improvement. A lot of the activity listed are plans for a plan or a commitment to review something in the future. In the same way, a corporate plan sets out our strategic direction. It provides clear hooks for the work we are doing or need to do. In doing this, it provides focus for the work and for our monitoring, reporting and managing of the progress and impact. One of our key recommendations from the Corporate Peer Challenge was to establish an independently chaired improvement board, which I've referred to several times today. The board has an important role to play in providing us with challenge and ideas to help ensure we deliver the improvement we need and when we need to do it, but also to hold us to account for delivering that plan. So they're there actually to make sure we're doing what we're doing.
You wind up, Heather, sorry.
I will. I think the most important thing here that I didn't mention when I was speaking last is that all of the governance things are beginning to be addressed, and the interim chief exec has taken a real role in making sure that governance is tightened up and we are delivering in the way we should be. So there's a lot more I can say. Our recommendations today are at 3.1, 3.2 and 3.3. I move.
Sorry, I did let Heather go over because the clock started before she had her IT problems, in case you think I'm being over generous. Just to pick up on that last point, I was going to mention it later. There are three sets of 3.1, 3.2 and 3.3 in the recommendations. It's the final set. If you look, the first one is for overview and scrutiny. The second set is for cabinet. And actually, it's only 3.2 and 3.3 you're voting on, because 3.1 is that we consider the plan, and that's what we're doing now. So it is the third set of 3.2 and 3.3 we will be voting on. I have seen no hands yet, as who wishes to speak. Okay, Rosemary Dartnell first.
Yeah, thank you very much. We welcome the improvement plan. It's absolutely vital, even though it is very much feeling like a plan to make a plan, maybe to make another plan. But it is an important framework for which to provide sort of route through the dreadful financial position that we're in. There are certain things within the plan that I think we will hope to flesh out as we move forward. We had the first meeting last month, and the second meeting is next month, where we hope to get into more gritty things, such as I had requested a review of the PwC £30 million worth of non-delivered savings that were referred to earlier. So hopefully we'll see some of that next week, although that is in private session, of course. There are concerns that we have in our group about the cost to Shropshire residents. Obviously, we all want to avoid commissioners coming in. So this is vital work and cross-party work that's essential to keep the authority on track with a political leadership. For the public in terms of council tax rises, and also council tax rises through the worried about the devil. I seem to have lost. Have I lost? No. Yeah, so just want to really lodge that and
Thank you, Chair. As a Conservative group, we're broadly supportive of the plan. I think it's important to say that the previous administration, working with officers, made record levels of savings last year, proportionately more than any other council in the West Midlands, which does on the last item. I'd like to thank the administration for continuing the cross-party collaboration on the employment board. I think the meetings have been very productive. The improvement plan in front of us is quite process heavy. As an improvement board and for the administration, we do need to kind of see more tangible improvements set out within it. Thank you.
Julian.
Thank you very much.
it's tricky, isn't it, trying to pull out positives from the situation we're in, but I'm going to have a go at doing that. So I just want to point to the graphic on page 11, our future council principles, because I think there are some opportunities there. So just to point out two, really. So there's the talk about digitally enabling and automation. I think that, you know, if as we move to a world where we are collaborating more with partners, perhaps there's an opportunity there. I know that some councils do digital inclusion days where they work with partners. So this could be the parish councils, the charity sector, and our own places, to have sort of open days for those people who do struggle to work with online facilities, to sort of go in and get some training. It could be quite an exciting sort of, you know, day for enabling some of those in our community who struggle to come in and get some help. That's the sort of thing which would be a positive. Similarly, with the early intervention and prevention work, which is referenced there, to be able to tell some positive stories around some specifics, I think could be a real positive. And just to make the point for those of our colleagues who don't understand equality, diversity and inclusion, that's what equality, diversity and inclusion looks like. It's about identifying those in our community who will struggle and then putting in the additional resources and the specific policies to help them. That's what it means. I know you didn't get to the training, but there's a little bit of training for you.
Because they're on it.
Okay.
Is this affecting the stream as well?
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Kirk.
Yeah, it's a hugely ambitious plan. It needs to be, but with that comes a risk that we just trying to do too much. I think this we need properly resourcing. And prioritisation of the plan over other things. Unfortunately, the organisations are littered with good plans which weren't properly implemented because the scope was so large that it outgrew the organisation could live with it. And I think we cannot afford for that to happen. So I just think all of us as members of this council have to recognise this is a hugely important, the most important thing we have as a council, and we may have to make sacrifices to things that are outside the plan because we really must succeed on this plan. And when we do, we can then perhaps look at bringing forward other elements.
Mr. James Owen.
I think while referring back to my comments on the previous item, the proposals within the improvement plan to work with town and parish councils to aim to deliver a high level of service and allow them to deliver it to a higher standard than what this council is now both able and legally required to do. Opposition to our work to devolve service to town and parish councils often revolves around an argument that residents would be paying twice for the same services. This clearly is not true. This improvement plan shows that this council will need to look at reducing our service levels to a statutory minimum, and so any investment from towns and parish councils via their precept would be to expand beyond our statutory duties to provide the services that our residents deserve, and money will follow from Shropshire Council to cover any of the statutory minimums that are taken on.
Kate Halliday.
Thank you, Chair. Broadly supporting this. We absolutely need to make this work, and what I'm hearing is cross-party support to make these savings achievable. I just wanted to make two broad comments. One was around working with others in partnership. It would be nice to expand that out a little bit. I'm sure, while we've talked a lot about town and parish councils, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities to work with business, for example, and in other areas. So I know there's time to do that, but that was just one comment. The other comment I wanted to make was that income generation is mentioned once in the report, and I've heard income generation come from the leadership today, so I'm pleased to hear that. But I do hope that we really look at that. I think there are a range of services the council is currently providing that may be able to help, very well, that may be able to help us generate some income. And then my last point around, which is around town and parish councils, I am aware that in some areas where where town and parish councils have had services devolved to them, for example, street cleaning, the precept has gone up quite significantly. So I do think we need to be very honest with the public about exactly what this involves. And I understand the excitement to devolve to town and parish councils. I think that excitement potentially exists on both sides, from both the town and parish and also the council, Shropshire Council. But I think we need to be really honest that this does potentially have significant financial challenges for town councils, and also I do think that certainly the precepts have gone up significantly. In other words, people do pay more council tax as a result.
Honest. Councillor Payton.
I do appreciate this is effectively a plan for plans. What worries me is the absolute lack of data that was generated previously by previous administration. We are finding now that the community hubs that are being placed around towns and parishes local area are identifying individuals with needs that simply weren't addressed. As somebody who actually provided a digital literacy place down at a community centre in central Birmingham, I have to say it doesn't make any difference how much you may provide resources or support regarding digital literacy. There will still be those who choose not to engage with the council via digital means. We have to respect that. We still have statutory duties for them, and we need to provide them. What we cannot do is just assume that the data we have is always correct. We do need to go out into the community via these hubs and actually gather data from individuals who do not have digital literacy and make sure they are being served equally, if not better, than every other resident, because those are the ones that are most likely going to be the most vulnerable. Thank you.
I've seen no more hands. Yeah, I know he's got his right to reply. I was about to come to him. Councillor Wagner.
Fab. So I'll just go through some of those points. So I think, first of all, Rosemary, it's a sensible point about the framework and council tax. And I think Kate was alluding to this as well in the context of towns and parishes. And I think we have to be honest and address it head on. You know, I don't know what bands we're all in. I pay £7 a month to Shrewsbury Town Council. If we want really clean streets, it's obvious that will have to be significantly more. You know, there's no way around it. Shropshire is in a financial position where it will be providing a basic service across the county. There is an equality in that, of course, but it's basic nonetheless. And I think residents on the whole are with the view that if they can see, you know, tangible benefits for what they're getting out of their parish precept, and actually in many cases, you know, they have a high level of trust, frankly, in local in-house services to deliver a decent value for money, then we have to have that discussion. But it is a choice. And I think Ludlow members might remember I was at their council a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of the discussion was around the fact that this is a choice. You know, it's not saying places have to go down the route of devolution, have to work with Shropshire arm in arm, chummily. It's saying that there is an opportunity to, and if enhanced service provision is the sort of stated aim, then we can have that conversation. We need to make that as easy and painless as possible. I'm very grateful to the pilot areas for helping us road test some of that, and I think we're nearly at a really positive arrangement in a few of them. I suppose just moving back to the improvement plan, although that is a fundamental part of it, I think both Dan and Duncan's points, and actually Councillor Clayton's as well, about sort of lack of data and empiricism, linked to the way we do things and the way we make decisions. I think this is quite an important document because it will be the framework by which we demonstrate that to government. We're not just doing it for our own benefit or telling ourselves that we're doing a good job or marking our own homework. Actually, this is get independent people in the room, get it questioned from external sources, have people with wide-ranging expertise outside of this council who don't have any vested interest one way or another, and make us justify ourselves. You know, you might have heard the leader mention earlier in the debate, we can't sit in front of the improvement board and justify it. Actually, that's quite an interesting change in mindset for this council. You know, we're not just thinking we can do what we want and to hell with the rest of the world. We are placing ourselves in that bigger context, given the fact that we are at such a low staffing level with such a huge savings target yet to make. I think that's important. And I also think the reason we have to do this a bit more empirically and with a bit more of that internal accountability and stated aims is because we can't just cut more. You know, it's actually quite easy and neat to be on a council where we're providing lots of services and we realise the budget's not where it needs to be, so we stop providing services. Shropshire actually isn't in that place because of the sort of salami slice approach to cuts over the years. We're at the point now where we don't understand fully our own services in many places. I'm sure members in this room will have had the phone call from the resident asking to be referred to the flooding department or the street lighting team or the car park and bus station team. I reference those three because we have one officer in each of those roles for the entire county at the moment. You know, we're not talking about you know, teams which will find it easy anymore to make the efficiency and still provide the same service. We're talking about minimum levels, and that is art as well as science, defining minimum levels, because government guidance is not explicit of service provision already. And creating opportunities to enhance that with our partners, I think, is our ambition. As a final point, I think that what we have to be very conscious of as a whole council now is we have a real responsibility to not only, you know, put these words on paper, but demonstrate it. You know, the way that we're going to have to be making savings over the next few years will be uncomfortable. There will be services that this council provides or ways that it provides services which it can't anymore. Our approach as an administration is to not do that alone, not just sit in the cabinet room and make the decision and present it to this council. It's to try and co-design that policy. Hopefully it's also to try and co-design that policy with people not at this council at all. It's with towns and parishes, charities, the third sector. We haven't given huge levels of detailed information because actually at the moment what we're gauging to some extent is buy-in. You know, where are the areas where actually we have reliable partners who are really interested, who have new ideas, who could do things differently, and where are the areas where actually we're going to have to make a much more difficult call. I think the school library service debate we had cabinet last week might be a good example of that, where it's really difficult to know what the next step could be, let alone what it should be. So on that note, I'm very happy to commend this. I think it's also just worth quickly mentioning that the local government association and the assistance we've had from them has been so valuable, not least in terms of their council, but also literally valuable. They spent their money and resource on helping us, and we are very, very grateful for them for that independent advice.
Councillor Kidd. I would like to underline the amount of resources that the local government association have given to us. So this, and they have given them to us. It is not at a cost to us. So a lot of this improvement is free. Not all of it, but most of it is free. We've had expertise, we've had funded posts, we've had a whole range of things. So we should not underestimate how useful the local government association can be across the board. And they are going into departments and looking at best practice and how we can change things to do things more cost effectively, which is not costing us money. So I'm really pleased about that. Can I come back on a couple of other things, please? Yes, we do provide as much as possible a digital training programme, but I am acutely aware, and many of you in here will have heard me say this, I sit in a very rural division with shocking broadband, with huge not spots in mobile phone signal. So even if you are digitally enabled, you cannot use reliably a digital system. But there are many other people who just can't or do not want to or do not have the equipment. So yes, it's part of the administration's way forward that we provide for everybody. For those who want to be online, and many do because it's quicker and easier, and they can do it in the evening or whatever, then we need to get most of those online so that the service to people who have to ring is much more available to them, because it is a big part of the service we provide to the community. I've been saying that for many years. I have not changed my view just because I'm sitting here. So on top of that, one of my mantras, as Kate has referred to, is we have to reduce our spending, but we also have to increase our income. We are never going to balance our budget unless we do both. The investment that we will have to put in, whether it's IT or backfilling staff to make sure we've got the staff to catch up with things and find ways to do things more efficiently, will come with that government funding. And the plans that come out of exceptional financial support will be vital to that. It isn't just plugging a gap in the budget. It's actually making us fit for purpose for the future to do exactly what I've just said, reduce outgoings and bring more money in. So that's where we're going. It may not have been written here. I have gone through so many reports over the years. I can't remember over the last few months and rewritten and done all sorts with them that I can't remember what's in and what's out now. But it's firmly in my mind, my cabinet's mind, and the administration's. So with all of that, I can't think of much more that hasn't been covered, but we will be looking at statutory minimum. We will be doing all the things that have been outlined today. So I will be grateful if you can support this paper, please.
Okay, move to the vote. I've pointed out the paragraphs we're going for. All those in favour? Any against? Again, carried and con. Now on item 10, people plan. Again, Councillor Kidd and seconded.
I'll reserve my right.
Yep.
In some ways, the people plan is even more important in that we can only deliver good quality services and the savings and the income that we need to make by having a happy and valued staff. This is what the people plan is about. So I'm presenting you today the draft improvement. Oh, I've got the wrong one up here. Great. The good grief. Right. There we go. So today I'm really proud to share the people plan, a bold commitment to every member of our workforce, but also to our residents, because a people plan has two bits to it, but we need a happy staff to be able to deliver those things to our residents. It's more than a set of actions. It's a roadmap to becoming an enabling council, one that empowers, supports and collaborates with staff, partners and communities to deliver the very best for Shropshire. But as we've already heard, there are choices in that. Our vision is of an enabling modern council. At the heart of our people plan is the ambition to create a council that is not only efficient and sustainable, but also enabling, removing barriers, fostering innovation and equipping everyone to excel. We are committed to a culture built on kindness, and I hope that all elected members will join me in making sure that we're always kind to people, so that we can enable Shropshire. How are we going to deliver this? Key performance indicators will be systematically reviewed and monitored to demonstrate progress against this plan, with updates provided to the leadership board and cabinet to ensure accountability. The plan details a series of programmes and actions, including embedding Shropshire values across the organisation, developing a comprehensive communications and engagement plan which incorporates regular staff engagements, monthly senior leadership forums, so that actually we're talking to people all of the time. It's not something that happens at the top and never goes anywhere else and then it's done to people. It is about talking to people. Recognising and celebrating success, and we do have plenty of successes even in difficult times. Updating and delivering an organisation-wide equity, equality, diversity, inclusion and belonging plan as a priority. Reviewing and enhancing the wellbeing offer for staff. Introducing a new performance management framework and county-wide performance dashboard, including monitoring appraisals and meaningful conversations. Regularly assessing progress through KPIs as staff satisfaction, retention, diversity, engagement and training is taken up. So all of those things are really important for our staff to be valued. Delivery of the plan will be overseen by a dedicated people board. It will be reporting to the leadership board and cabinet with robust governance, risk management and regular progress reporting. So if you want to see what's going on there, watch the cabinet papers. The plan is designed to be collaborative with ongoing engagement and feedback from staff at all levels. What I will say about this plan and the improvement plan is that they're not set in stone. They will change as we learn things. So people plan is fully aligned with the council's improvement plan, also being was presented at cabinet for consideration, and now today at cabinet, at council. Together, these documents provide a clear direction for the council's modernisation, improvement, financial sustainability and delivery of better outcomes. I don't believe that the improvement plan can be delivered without this plan as well, because we have to take our staff with us and they have to feel valued. So we hope that this ensures a workforce that's equipped, motivated and supported to deliver on these ambitions. And some of this will have to come through investment from exceptional financial support. That we probably won't hear about until the end of February, but we need to be on this path now because our staff, and we have been working with our staff actually since, I can't remember when we first started working with staff, September. So it's ongoing. We're now in December, but it's going to continue because it isn't a one-off. You have to keep going. So I move the paper, the recommendations in the paper, which I'm sure will be outlined by the chair.
Okay. Who wishes to speak? Dan Thomas.
Thank you, Leader. Let me begin by acknowledging that any administration that prioritises workforce development deserves real credit. Our staff are indeed the lifeblood of this council, and I'm pleased to see that recognised in this document. The work done prior to May 2025 involved redundancies and difficult decisions, which has meant this administration hasn't had to make as many as they could have. In this report on section 6.3, it states that the calculation and confirmation of the resources required to implement the people plan is still taking place. In other words, we're looking at something without knowing the full cost. So I think my question is around what are the likely costs of this, considering the financial emergency?
Andy Davis.
Thank you. I fully support the vision behind this plan. You know, I like the fact that we're trying to create a real can-do structure here in Shropshire, where staff residents feel valued, respected and empowered, which is long overdue here. I think it's important, particularly as we've had so many staff reductions over these last few years by the previous administration, which has put a great deal of pressure on staff. I do additionally feel that staff working alongside each other and not in isolation should also be taken into consideration, particularly as the staff well-being is at the plan's heart. Thank you.
Anybody else? Scratched head over there. Duncan.
Yes, thank you. I will also welcome this plan. I think it's a good step forward. I'd urge the leadership to go slightly further, though. A lot of our residents don't come into contact with our staff. They come into contact with our contractor staff, be it Viola, be it Star Housing, be it many of the other contractors. And I don't see any reason why their staff should not embrace the same values that our staff do. So I'd urge us to, by all means, start with our own staff, but rapidly move on to those key partners in particular who we have long-term relationships with, and trying to embed the same principles we have in our organisation within their organisation.
Anyone else? Okay. Yes, Sue.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Andy said, actually. Preempted my question a little. And I think it's laudable that we do have a people plan, although having been involved in this back 10, 15 years ago, I thought we'd done it all then. It does seem to have not really worked. But what I ask is that how can people be happy when they are so overworked? I mean, a number of departments that I deal with, I think particularly Blue Badge team comes to mind and Highways comes to mind, and they are so overworked. So really, it's going to mean spending money on recruiting staff to enable them to do their job properly, and that's obviously an issue. So how are you going to sort of equate those things?
Anybody else? Councillor Wagner. So I think on the sort of point I'd make about all of this is essentially this is our culture change proposal. You know, culture's quite intangible, but I think that the council has already changed the way it feels and the way that people communicate and the level of openness. I think that is starting to shift in the last 6 months, and what we're really going into more depth on is how we value staff in a way that actually acknowledges their contribution and acknowledges the difficulty. Just to go through those points on Councillor Thomas's point about costs, and actually Councillor Collins' point connected. I think that we have to be honest. You know, we're at the point now where certain teams, ones I referenced earlier, I'm thinking street lighting, car parks and bus stations, blue badges are a good example. We have a duty to do the job properly, you know, and actually if the staff levels are below what's required, we can't just ignore that problem. You know, we have to spend that money. We have a good understanding of that in bits of the council. I think our care teams are a great example of that and rightly have had good and outstanding ratings for it. But other parts of the council, particularly, I think the sort of the old place directorate, if you like, are in the position where actually they aren't able to do a statutory function that we've pushed to its limit. We will have to recruit in some cases, and we will have to look at that through either it washing its own face, invest to save. You know, can we put some more money into roles which actually generate as a revenue? Planning is a good example of that. We can't process pre-applications quickly enough. It clogs up the system. Actually, we charge a fee to do that work. We could invest in that. Blue badges are a good example where actually we are recruiting a 5th member of that team because it's not viable to not do it. We have to find the savings somewhere else. I think on Councillor Davis and Kerr's points about kind of the can-do attitude and partnership and contractors, I think that's a really sensible point. But I think part of the problem at the moment is, I think if you ask even some of our main strategic partners, you know, what are Shropshire's values? What is it really trying to do? A lot of them wouldn't have a clear answer. I don't blame them for that because I don't think this council's had a particularly clear answer about that point for a long time. But actually spelling out, yeah, we want to work in partnership. We're led by outcome rather than just by what it says on the balance sheet. We want to, you know, kind of go out into the outside world and make friends, frankly, and work with other people. I think we need to communicate that more. I don't think that some of those contractors in particular would necessarily know that we care about that even. You know, I think they might see us as a council that just wants them to do the job and get on with it and it doesn't matter. Well, actually our approach is different to that and we want to change that. I think just more widely as a final point, there's also something about transparency. Something I've really found going around the council, probably just after taking office this term, was that there was a culture, and it's not going to be fixed overnight, where people were a bit worried about information and who can know things. Having senior leadership team in this room and having staff in this building more often will make a big difference to that, making sure there are those human links, but also letting people know, you know, if a local member gets in touch with you with a problem, it's not a secret. You know, if it's in their ward, if it's something the public care about, I don't need, you know, the cabinet to have direct involvement in these things. Actually, the role of a local member and the role of how staff and members interact needs to be better defined as well. So I think this is a really good step. The next step, as Councillor Thomas correctly identified, is identifying those costs. It's also identifying across the organisation, as I say, those places where it isn't a serious option to take the street lighting team from 1 member of staff to 0. You know, and actually, if we're not processing that quickly enough, and if we're not taking opportunities we could to get lower tariffs or work with partners on making savings, then actually it's costing us money not having a big enough team. We've got to address all of that, and I think this is our step to starting to do that. Emma.
Thank you. I will just come back on the costs. Again, the costs, many of them are now built into what will be training within the EFS, so that if we get the money from government, we will be training staff, because many of the ways staff will be working will be slightly different. Rather than saying no to something, they need to be, because we haven't got the money to deliver it, they may be being asked to say, well, we can't do that, but actually can you look at doing it this way, or you could get grant funding that way. So there's training to be built in. There's training in their ordinary jobs so that they're doing them more efficiently. There's money to be built in over IT systems, so it makes it much quicker. I must say, you know, using Copilot to do some stuff, does really reduce the amount of time that people put in on some things. And so there's lots of training that is built into our application for EFS for the future. And again, the LGA have put in significant work alongside all of this to make sure we can deliver this people plan. I would just like, under all of this, to reiterate, we are not going to have a valued staff and valued residents unless we all think about how we treat one another. And part of the people plan is talking about kindness and respect. And over this next year or two, where we have all sorts of difficult decisions, those two words need to be foremost in your mind: kindness and respect for one another, but also to the people we're either dealing with who are our residents, but also our staff. We may not always like what's happening. There are ways and means of dealing with those. But please, if there's nothing else that we take away, it's our own behaviour, which is kindness and respect, but also our staff will then also be using kindness and respect, because it's one of those values that we're using with them too. So I hope we can now move on to the vote.
Okay, moving on to the vote, which is the sections under section 3 in your agenda, in recommendations. Ignore the number 4 to the left of them. We're having some random paragraph numbering issues today, I think. So all those in favour of the recommendations? Thank you. Anyone against? Any abstentions? Carried NEMCOM. Okay, moving on to item 11, setting the council tax council tax base for 2026-27. Just to let members know, we have to legally take a recorded vote on this, so please make sure you're in the room for the vote, because there will be a roll call vote around the room. I invite Councillor Evans to move, seconded by Councillor, is it Abdul? Yeah. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. This report, as it says in the opening paragraph, presents the council tax base for 2026-27. Each parish is listed and will now be asked to set its precept for next year based on these figures. Worth noting is that in the Shrewsbury area, of the 30 parishes, 20 tax bases have gone down, whilst 10 have increased. Across the county as a whole, 97 tax bases have reduced, and the effect will vary parish by parish, and I am being told a few may well be substantially affected. The report also outlines the council tax discount policies. Based on abandoned property, policies on page 135 is listed as a new amendment to simplify when an entitlement can start to be claimed following a death or a separation. Also included in the recommendation at 3.13, asking you to support a notice that some are going to be renewed or consulted on with a view to implementing revisions as stated within the subsection. Finally, it will be seen that the collection rate for next year is proposed to be set at 98%. Last year it was set at 98.2%. I propose the council adopts a recommendation 3.1 to 3.13 as listed in the report.
Anybody wish to speak? Yep, okay. Harry?
Thank you, Duncan. My colleagues and I welcome the 26-27 council tax base report. The report presents a tax base of just over 121,800 Bandy equivalents, which is a modest 0.39% increase compared to the current 25-26 financial year. The calculation is routine, technical and predictable. While the tax base has increased, largely due to new housing growth, We must also recognise in this chamber that council tax charges in Shropshire have risen by approximately 55% in cash terms since 2015-16. The Tories, under the previous administration, made a long period of precept freezes, which created an artificial low base, which has since forced this council to raise council tax year after year by the maximum amount allowed without triggering a referendum, which was simply to plug a black hole that followed. It is important to note the high level of outstanding council tax and business rates arrears, and I do understand that a review of the Revs and Bends service is being undertaken through the Improvement Board, and we look forward to reading the report. Turning to the policies set out in part 2 of item 11, the continuation of discounts and premiums on empty and second homes is acceptable. These measures raise much needed revenue allowed within the legislative framework. However, if we are prepared to use discretionary powers to increase charges, then we should also be prepared to use them to support those in greatest need. I therefore strongly urge this council to consider introducing a discretionary council tax exemption for residents who are terminally ill, which would follow suit with around 13 councils in this country. Such an exemption is fully within our legal powers under Section 13A of the LGFA 1992 and would demonstrate that our discretion works not only to raise revenue, but also to uphold compassion and dignity for the most vulnerable in our community. I'd also like some clarity regarding the council tax collection rate. In 24-25, the rate was 97.7, while in 21-22, it was 98.1, showing that the collection rate is dropping year on year. Can the administration confirm why the collection rate is dropping? Also, reviewing the 2024-25 QRC4 report, which for those who are not aware, this is a government return, Shropshire Council had no council tax write-offs in 24-25. Therefore, would the Section 151 officer meet with me to discuss how no write-offs were made during the previous financial year and to confirm what the allowance for write-offs was within the collection fund? We repeatedly hear from this administration, and I quote, "This council must find ways to raise revenue." If that is the case, then let us use every lawful tool available. I urge the council to explore the imposition of civil penalties where appropriate, undertake a deep review of the council tax reduction scheme with a view to moving toward a clearer income-based model which is cheaper, and the establishment of a task and finish group to explore a counter-fraud team being installed within this authority. And if I may, let me briefly touch on business rates, as this is such a vital topic which rarely gets mentioned within this chamber. A revaluation comes into effect from April the 1st next year, with many businesses seeing their rateable value increasing, leading to increased demands from April 2026, which is going to have a detrimental effect on local businesses. However, it's paramount that I state that this is not within Shropshire Council's control. We, Shropshire Council, have to pay business rates too on many hereditaments, and we are treated in the same way that other ratepayers are. However, given the revaluation that is upcoming, do we have an officer dealing with rateable value appeals? We probably don't. Are we challenging such increases, given we only have a short period of time for such challenges? If we look at the Raven Meadows multi-storey car park, the rateable value currently is around 280,000, and that is increasing to over 360,000. Now, we should be appealing this, partly because, on my understanding, 2 upper floors are unusable, and here we are just sitting, letting this rotten socialist government take us for granted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Wagner.
I won't speak to all of the points. I'll not least because I think I'll leave Councillor Evans and possibly Abdul to answer some of the more technical questions. But what I wanted to come in on are the points about discretionary council tax for the terminally ill, and also the council tax team and staffing levels. On the former, on that discretionary relief, obviously we are in the position where we have to get in all the revenue we can. It's really difficult for us to make a discretionary decision to reduce our revenue, even with a really compelling case, and there are lots out there. What we are doing proactively already is looking at whether or not the other grant funding we get from government could be used for that purpose, because I think it would be a very worthy purpose. We're trying to find a way to do that essentially that doesn't impact our bottom line, because we're not in a position to impact our bottom line. On the point about sort of revenues and benefits team and the council tax team, I think this is a great example of probably a much more eloquent example than I was making about 20 minutes ago about not having the staff capacity to raise revenue. We have commissioned some independent work into the staffing level required. I understand that's going to be reported back, or might even already have been into one of the committees, and we are clearly in a position where year on year those teams have been told to reduce staff budgets, make cuts, find efficiencies, do the same job with less. And actually, on the question, why is our council tax rate going down? Well, we're not dealing with. We don't have the people to collect it in the way that we did a few years ago, and that is making a difference. And actually, you might make a cut that takes a few jobs out, but if those jobs were more than paying for themselves in the extent of revenue being collected, then it's been a futile exercise, and we're a smaller and weaker council for it. So I think a lot of the work we're doing on the people plan, improvement plan, and that area is, I suppose the premise we're working on is we think there are definitely areas where we're not staffed to the level that we can raise more revenue and get our collection rate up, because I think it's important we do get it up. I will leave Roger and Quay to answer the other points.
So, do you wish to speak? Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I note the report, and right at the start I'll say I welcome the interest that is shown, and please, if they will get in touch with me, we can meet with officers together to explore what is being proposed and there, so that we can work together to increase revenue for the council, but also take into consideration the residents of Shropshire as well as the businesses. Rateable values are set by the Valuation Office, and really, if they are not correct, we will need to appeal them. But together, yes, I think we could work together for the benefit of two organisations and people. That's the Shropshire Council and the businesses and the residents. So please support this proposal, and we can take it forward and work together. Thank you.
Okay, we move to the vote. The interim chief executive will call out your name. If you could make sure you press your microphone button, say either for, against or abstain, and then unpress your microphone button, please. So, chief executive.
Show Abdul.
For.
Caroline Begnall. For. Elizabeth Barker.
For.
Neil Bentley.
For.
Jeremy Blandford.
For.
Duncan Boverman.
For.
Thomas Clayton.
For.
Susan Coleman.
For.
Rachel Connolly.
For.
Tom Dainty.
For.
Rosemary Dartnell.
For.
David Davis. Pamela Davis.
For.
Andy Davis.
For.
Julian Dean.
For.
Mandy Duncan.
For.
Greg Ebbs.
For.
Susan Edden.
For.
Donna Edmonds.
Abstain.
Ryan Evans.
For.
Roger Evans.
For.
Adam Pfeiffer.
For.
Reese Grattan.
For.
Gary Groves.
For.
Andy Hall.
For.
Kate Halliday. Harry Hancock Davis.
For.
Nick Hignett. Alan Holford,
4.
George Holyhead,
4.
Ruth Houghton,
4.
Dawn Hughesman,
4.
Peter Hughesman, Benedict Jeffcott,
4.
Robert Jones,
4.
Duncan Kerr,
4.
Heather Kidd,
4.
Christopher Lemon,
4.
Nigel Lumby,
4.
Brendan Mallon,
4.
Sarah Marston,
4.
Vicky Moore,
4.
Mark Morris,
4.
Alan Mosley,
4.
Malcolm Miles Hook,
4.
Chris Naylor,
4.
James Owen,
4.
Mark Owen,
4.
Wendy Owen,
4.
Vivian Parry,
4.
Rosie Radford,
4.
Sharon Ritchie Simmons, 4. Colin Stanford,
4.
John Tandy,
4.
Colin Taylor,
4.
Dan Thomas,
4.
Terry Trickett, 4. David Basma,
4.
Alex Wagner,
4.
Beverly Waite,
4.
David Walker,
4.
Sam Wolseley,
4.
Alison Williams,
4.
and Rob Wilson.
4.
Thank you. That is clearly carried. I have 3 clocks telling me different times. I'm going to trust my phone, which says we've got about a minute till 12:30. So I'm going to take a break now until 10 to 1. We are now live and online. If you could rapidly take your seats. Okay. Can all stop nattering? We come to the Treasury Strategy 25-26 mid-year review. To present report, move the report. I have Councillor Evans proposing. Who is seconding? Sure. Councillor Abdul. Okay. I second. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Quite a short introduction to this. Treasury Strategy mid-year review. It is a technical one, but I cannot emphasise enough how important it is. Because as it can be seen, there is £44 million in investments that we have and a £420 million of borrowing. And it does need to be monitored. And I congratulate our investment team for the interest that they obtained from our diminished cash reserves. Previously, it was into three figures, but it is there. The report confirms compliance with the limits set by full council. No variation of these limits are being proposed today, so I propose the council adopts a recommendation 3.1 as listed in the report.
Anyone wish to speak? Nobody wishes to speak. Councillor Abdul, then, you wish to speak? Councillor Evans, I take it as you've got no one to respond to. You don't want to wish to speak? Hooray. All those in favour of that line? Anyone against? Any abstentions? Good God, if we carry on like this. Right. Item 13, Children's Services Annual Report. Ask Councillor Houghton to move the report. Who is your seconder?
Councillor Marston.
Sorry, did you?
Councillor Marston.
Yeah, I'll second.
Oh, right, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to present this Children's Annual Report, which summarises progress and activity across all children's social care services throughout the year. It is a requirement that all members as corporate parents are kept informed and updated about the service, and this report aims to do this. It is a long read, but it is an important one for everyone in this room. Earlier this year, we celebrated our children's services achieving an outstanding judgment from Ofsted. Our children's care homes were all rated either good or outstanding as well. These judgments recognise the hard work undertaken by all staff across the service and their dedication to improving and delivering better outcomes for children and young people in Shropshire, to keep them safe and protected from harm, abuse and neglect. A key recommendation in this report is for all members to complete both the children's safeguarding and corporate parenting training modules. While some did this during the induction period, it wasn't possible for everyone in what was a very busy time at the start of the new council year. Should this recommendation be agreed, it will be an annual mandatory requirement to enable all members to fully undertake their role as corporate parents, and it will provide them with the confidence and assurance to do so. The statutory guidance on the role of corporate parents is set out in the Children and Social Work Act of 2017, should anyone wish to review what their role entails. Looking forward to 2026, our aim is to hear the voices of young people more, and we will be starting on our journey towards this at our Corporate Parenting Board next week, when we will hear from our young people and the virtual school. They will take over part of the meeting and will be their opportunity to ask us questions, as well as for all of us on the board to take part in engagement and reflective activities designed by the young people to explore views and feelings. With this in mind, I hope that the annual report next year will reflect the voices and views of our young people in Shropshire. Chair, I move the report and the recommendations 3.1 to 3.4. Thank you.
Anybody wish to speak? Andy.
Hi, thank you for this, Councillor Horton. I think there are so many commendable reports here. You know, it's hard to mention them all, with all agencies striving to achieve the best possible outcomes for our young people. But I would like to highlight just one of the reports which has really stood out to me. It demonstrates the very effective work which is being carried out on a daily basis under very challenging circumstances. And that's the work of Shropshire's Virtual School, which has also achieved outstanding. So I'd just like to acknowledge that. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor Kerr. I've got lots of mics showing us on. If your light's on in front of you, can you turn your mic off? Okay, Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, I just want to endorse it as a very, very positive report and a very high performing service. The area that I'd like to draw attention to is PLO and court work, though. It is very impressive that 83% of the orders requested by the social work team was granted, and there are reasons why the others weren't, which I explained there. That shows that we have got the confidence of the courts, which is absolutely essential if we are to protect children. And we also see that legal planning meetings have increased from 169 in 2022 to 305 last year. That might sound, it is a dramatic increase. I think what it's showing me is that we've got good co-working between our legal team and social workers, which gives me confidence that we're able to protect children, that need the right protection. We're taking the right cases into the court arena, and I just think it's a credit to that team. It's a difficult area of work. It's very hidden from what we see as councillors, but I think the information contained in the report is very positive.
Anybody else? Councillor Marston?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Chair, thank you, Councillor Davis and Councillor Kerr, for those very positive comments, and I'm sure the services will be very delighted to hear that from you both. Thank you.
Okay, moving to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation? Any against? Any abstentions? Next is appointment of the interim chief executive. You have the report before you. Been moved by Councillor Kidd, seconded by Councillor Wagner. Councillor Kidd.
Thank you. This is a formality. As we know, Tanya has been our interim chief exec for a few months now. And so I'm delighted now to make this official and move to the appointment of her formally as the interim chief exec. We also need to look at the returning officer and electoral registration officer, who is Tim Collard. So many thanks for doing these jobs already, and I move the recommendations.
It's as per listed on the paper, but yeah. Has anybody wish to comment? We can probably just go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Appointment of independent remuneration panel members. Invite Councillor Evans to propose, Councillor Hall to second.
Formally proposed, Chairman.
Do you wish to say anything, Andy?
No, I'm back to second.
I said, did I say? I said it wrong, Andy, didn't I think? Okay, all those in favour? Any against? Okay, that's carried. Sorry, there was no point in the debate. I mean, it's that we had a list of names, it's formality. Changes committee membership. I formally propose from the chair that Councillor Stanford replaces Dan Thomas as substitute member of Southern Planning Committee, seconded by Councillor Groves. All those in favour? Any against? Thank you. Okay, on to the motions. We have two motions. First motion received from Councillor Wagner with support of Dan Thomas, Kerr and Hughesman. Who's the formal second? Who's going to speak as seconder? Is it you, Dan?
I'm seconding.
You're seconding. Okay. You, Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman. The premise of this motion is simple yet fundamental. Every elected member must be able to fully participate in the democratic process. Right now, the scheduling of all our scrutiny and committee meetings exclusively during standard working hours is a barrier to many councillors who work full-time, who are forced to rely on employers who are generous enough to release them regularly, as mine does. I don't see this as fair or sustainable for a council that wishes to truly be representative of the people it serves. This motion offers a sensible and measured solution, seeking to move just the selection of our scrutiny and committee meetings to a 6 p.m. start time. This change is essential to ensuring our council remains representative and responsive. It allows working age members, whose perspective we desperately need in decision making, to contribute more fully. It is not, of course, just elected members. Many times I've seen questions read out by officers for members of the public who may wish to address the committee but haven't been able to. I appreciate that many members serve multiple parish councils and, like me, have young children, and childcare can be an issue in the day and the evening. Crucially, we are not proposing a blanket change. We are proposing a measured, collaborative trial. This motion explicitly asks Democratic Services to consult with group leaders and chairs to identify suitable meetings, which means it won't be an all-inclusive selection. In May, we will have to re-elect committee members and chairs, and there could be some minor reshuffling to allow those who need evening meetings and those who need meetings in the daytime. We are seeking to move some meetings to later in the day with 4 p.m. instead of 2 p.m, so it is less disruptive to the working day for councillors and officers. And finally, we have built in a way that the measure can be measured or reversed if needed, and we will review the impact of this change after 12 months. This will allow us to assess the effectiveness for members, for the public, and for the sustainability of our offices. Chair, this motion is an investment in the quality and inclusivity of our democratic process. It is a necessary step to modernise our council, broaden our talent pool, and ensure that Shropshire Council truly reflects the people we serve. I urge all members to support this motion.
Anyone wish to speak? I was expecting Kerr and Hughesman to put your hands up if you're on there. George Clayton first. Tom Clayton. Apologies. Sorry. I'm reading one thing.
So a couple of weeks ago, I was able to attend the LGA Young Councillor event, and the energy in that room was absolutely fantastic. But there was one common theme throughout the entire event, and that was life balance. When you're young, you are saving up for a deposit, you are saving up for a car, you're saving up for basically your entire life ahead of yourself. Having these committee meetings in the middle of the day, having to go to your employer and ask once again, by the way, can I have an entire day off because the committee meeting is slap bang in the middle of the day, is the number one issue preventing young people getting involved in local politics and local governance. Please, please, can we actually address this issue and actually get people from all backgrounds, especially people from backgrounds that are working hard 9 to 5 on a daily basis to actually meet ends meet, to be able to come and take part in local government? Thank you.
Councillor Lemon.
Thank you, Chair. Just a small point. I would just point out that everybody's got a full-time job, works 9 to 5. Some of us work 16:47 to 00:22, as I did last night. So whilst I support this motion and I agree with it in principle, I think it's worth pointing out not everybody works 9 to 5. So I'm glad that there'll be a collaborative approach to sorting out times.
As a pub owner, I have to agree. Anybody else? Councillor Wagner.
I won't go on, but I think it's good to have cross-party support for this and to give it a go. Essentially, I think last term when it was proposed, it was rejected basically out of hand. Actually, our view is let's see how it works. It happens up and down the country. It happens in Telford, even 20 minutes away from here. So it clearly is possible. Part of this is also about the fact we want this to be an open building. We want to make good use of it. You know, I think we're going to be arguing about the future of this and our other sites later in the day. But if this is a public building, then I think the public have some right to expect that we do make full use of it. We try and we've already used it for committee meetings at town council level, and it works quite well. There is small cost attributed to keeping the building open a bit later. We have to look after our staff. I'm very conscious of the committee services team, diligent and hardworking, but also stretched like everyone. And, you know, we're going to make sure that whatever we do, that balance is kept. But as much as anything, this is practical. It's a bit of an understatement to say there are more members of kind of working age on this council than before. I think there are probably more members of working age on this council in the last 16 years combined, actually. And so we have to adapt to that, and we have to make sure that we're a council where everyone can contribute and have a bit of flexibility in that. So I'm really pleased to be seconding Dan's motion.
Okay, all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Hurrah. Okay, moving on to the motion from Brendan Mallon, supported by the rest of his group. I am just going to explain. I was asked for my view as to whether it was a valid motion, and myself and officers came to the view that it was. I was then asked whether the Green Amendment, which I'm sure we'll come to in a minute, was valid, and as they rightly pointed out, they could have been a real pain and deleted lines and added lines, and they have kept enough of the core for me to believe it doesn't negate it. So I think that's also a valid amendment. So I've ruled you've got a valid motion and a valid amendment. So if Councillor Mallon could speak to his motion, please.
Just to confirm before it starts, I will make my motion and can I respond to the amendment when
You get an automatic response to the amendment.
Thank you. Members of the Economy and Environment Committee were recently briefed on the proposed Sundorn Sports Village redevelopment. Some of us were disappointed to see that pyrolysis technology has not been considered for the requirement to supply both bulk heating and electrical energy for the facility, seemingly an ideal solution for such an application. Instead, a multi-million-pound system of air source heat pumps and solar panels has been selected. This technology will somewhat mitigate reliance on the world's most expensive electricity grids, but will still be highly dependent on that grid in low light and or low temperature conditions. The production and supply chain for the solar panels in particular involves highly carbon intensive production and transport from China, with a high risk of slave labour being involved. These panels are also uneconomical to recycle, with the attendant risk to the environment from end-of-life disposal. By contrast, the pyrolysis technology provides abundant heat and electricity on demand, it is completely off-grid, is carbon negative, and should repay its capital costs over time through the sales of biochar products and carbon credits, unlike the heat pumps and panels, which are mainly lower carbon and still heavily grid dependent. The equipment is easily recyclable at its end of life. Plants and their feedstock are both locally produced, supporting local employment and commerce. The council has already heavily invested in this technology at the Ludlow site, as well as having made a substantial £500,000 direct investment in manufacturer Biodynamic Carbon Limited. This council has already expressed robust support for this technology at a full council meeting, voting in additional funding to bring our total investment up to a considerable £3.3 million. If we are spending over £3 million of council taxpayers' money on this technology in Ludlow and have substantially bought into the manufacturer, there should be a serious contender for the Sundorn application. In order to support what would appear to be an economically and environmentally superior technology, as well as supporting local industry and demonstrating confidence in Shropshire Council's own existing direct investment in its use and production, we move that a full side-by-side comparison of the two systems be made, with the superior technology being selected for deployment on the Sundorn project. The comparison should consider the full life cycle costs, including offset through biochar and carbon credit sales, and environmental impact of equipment procurement, replacement and disposal across the expected lifetime of the sports village, as well as comparing overall energy and CO2 budgets across that life cycle. Let's keep the Shropshire pound in Shropshire. Thank you.
Is it me? I'm waiting for you to ask to be called. Yeah, go on then.
So
So I'm moving an amendment which was circulated to members last night. Hopefully you've all seen that. So yeah, a little bit nonplussed because Councillor Mallon has just reread the motion. It would have been interesting to have heard some more context, but nevertheless, the reason for this amendment is to save the kernel of value in the motion from what I'm afraid is a little bit of obfuscation and a little bit of trashing of some technology which is really important, and that was why I thought it was very important that we amended this motion to protect some of the most important technology for the future of our civilization in many ways. So the motion sort of suggests, and we may hear more about this in subsequent speeches, that somehow there is an issue with the sustainability of solar and heat pumps. So let's be clear, heat pumps need more energy when it's cold. Yes, of course they do. Making somewhere warm when it's cold requires more energy. That's sort of fairly basic. So we're all aware of that. But this technology is the go-to technology across the cold Northern Europe and Scandinavia. Solar is being rolled out across areas of the continent, including Ireland and the UK, which are not the sunniest places in the world, and it is a proven and successful technology. So I think we need to be very careful if we are going to tell the public that there is somehow a problem with this technology, which we are absolutely reliant on if we're going to move towards a decarbonised future. It is true that the cost of electricity is unacceptably high. The reason for that, of course, is that it is tied to the cost of gas. And so what we need to be doing is separating that and at the same time investing in more renewables to bring down the price. It is also true that the supply chain is far too reliant on China, and that comes with all sorts of risks, both in terms of the carbon intensity and in terms of the labour conditions in China. Absolutely correct. And again, the solution to that is to invest in that technology in this country, whereas the Deputy Leader of Reform is actually threatening those people who wish to invest in that technology with basically trashing their investments should he ever become a minister. So we need to absolutely reject that approach. Coming to the actual issue of the pyrolysis investment, I think it would have been really useful had the members of Reform actually spoken to officers about this before bringing this motion. So I've done that for them. And what we've discovered is that, yes, there is an opportunity, a huge opportunity actually, for a heat network in that part of Shrewsbury. And that opportunity could cover both the sports village and actually produce heat and power for other commercial properties in the area. And I have been assured by the portfolio holder that investigation is ongoing and is going to be brought to the council to look at exactly that sort of investment. But the scale of pyrolysis that would make sense in that area would actually be far too large for simply keep providing heat for the development that is being proposed at present. So my motion is welcoming the fact that we are looking at a heat network in that area. It is continuing to support the investment in renewable energy as planned, because the standards that are being proposed in the swimming pool, and this is a separate issue, by the way, to the one which we'll have to discuss in the new year as to whether we can actually afford to get on with this. But in terms of the outlining, the planning for it and the energy planning for it, it is BREEAM excellent. In other words, it is a very high standard, and we should support it, and we should promote the use of that sort of technology. We should also, of course, see if we can source the technology and the skills as locally as possible. Absolutely agree. We need to keep the pound in Shropshire as much as we can, or in the UK as much as we can, and invest in those supply chains. And we should celebrate, as I say, the plans that Shropshire Council already has to look at a heat network for the area. But let's understand that pyrolysis is a great technology, but it is nevertheless a niche technology. We are never going to be able to heat the homes of the people of Shropshire using the biomass waste. We will simply run out within seconds. We need to be investing in decarbonising buildings across buildings and homes, and the key technology for that, as used right across the world to decarbonise heating is the use of very efficient heat pumps, a technology we all have in our homes because it powers our fridges, just going the other way around, and the use of solar and the batteries to help even out the supply. So I move the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond?
See what I can do in 5 minutes. Thank you. In no particular order, Scandinavia, massive sovereign wealth funds, abundant hydropower to provide electricity when it's cold. Councillor Dean taught me general concept across other people's properties. If you have a property where heat pumps and solar panels work for you, have them. This doesn't stop that. The price of wholesale gas is now so low, it's lower than before the start of the Ukraine war. We're paying for green subsidies and grid balancing. That's why it's the most expensive on the planet. In terms of talking to the officers, not only have we spoken to officers, myself and Councillor Hughesman went to the factory and had a briefing from the manufacturer. I didn't see Councillor Dean there. I'm also an engineering graduate. I understand thermodynamics and engineering of these sites and these different competing equipments. And it's not too large. One C1000 pyrolysis plant won't be enough. A baseline is against the Ludlow Leisure Centre. You probably need 2 or maybe even 3. But even then, if you need 3, that's about £3 million. That's just the cost of the air pumps, never mind the solar panels. So this is going to be cheaper. It's going to make money if what we understand about it in terms of selling the biochar, selling the carbon credits, and potentially selling electricity to the grid overnight when you don't need so much heat and electricity for the site itself. Councillor Dean says in there he'd like it to power the whole site, not just the extension. Great. You could with this. You've got heat, you've got electricity. The only thing you don't have is broadband, but I'm sure we can sort that out elsewhere. This is just an attempt to derail the motion. The sports village is already an expensive project. Create the heat network if you did have excess heat, and maybe we will if we run the analysis I'm suggesting. That's a whole heat transmission network. We haven't done this in Shrewsbury before, and you've got to modify the heating in the houses. It simply wouldn't work. We'd derail the whole project. We're trying to make sports village more environmentally and economically sustainable with a technology that may be cheaper to install, pay for itself, and maybe even there a proper Shropshire Council at a time when we need it. Yes, he also makes a comment in his amended motion stating that we should support locally sourced solar and wind. I hate to break it to him, but the solar energy is sourced from a star in the middle of our solar system, and the wind comes from North Atlantic pressure systems. The equipment, as it pointed out, has a very messy provenance in terms of its production, the energy that creates that production, and the use of slave labour in Xinjiang. So, to conclude, we've already made a massive commitment to this company, this technology. It seems ideal for this application. Bulk heat and electricity, and you can modulate the proportion of electricity and heat. You can sell the electricity, and maybe eventually you could sell the heat. But more importantly, we want to support the local industry. This could be a fantastic showcase for a new application of this that could be spread out across the country. Other councils could end up looking at us in envy. We've had a cheaper system, cheaper to run, but not just cheaper to run, actually turning a profit for us. At least give us a proper analysis, perhaps have a task and finish group. They'll do a detailed technical analysis with input from manufacturers. It just seems to be a win-win all around here. And for those who are fans of heat pumps and solar panels, I simply do not see how us choosing this for one particular, yes, niche application, which is very suited for, kills that whole industry. That's a whole other conversation. And the two are not mutually exclusive. Thank you very much.
James Owen.
Thank you. Well, there it's happened there. I thank Councillor Dean for bringing this amendment here today and for his approach to both myself and the relevant officers for information surrounding the sports village development prior to submitting this amendment. As alluded to by Councillor Dean just now, I am told that the full sports village site after development would only likely use 3% of the total output from the pyrolysis plant. And I apologise to Councillor Dean's party and a faction of my own for this comparison, but you wouldn't build a nuclear power station for one factory. The sports village development is coming to Cabinet and Council for the final sign-off in the new year. And delaying this point by having a likely long comparison process, and especially trying to sign off to the results, would likely delay this project beyond a point where it is already close to affordability. On that point, it's a matter of, given the financial situation, we can't afford to delay the project beyond January or February next year. Otherwise, it's effectively a cancellation of the project, which would have a much greater risk to our financial stability in the future.
Anybody else? Do you wish to come back at all, Councillor Dean?
No, I'm happy to move to the vote on the amendment. Thank you.
You didn't have a right for that, I suggest. Okay, no, you've had your shot on this bit, on the amendment. Okay, those in favour of the amendment, please show. Yeah, go on. Keep your hands up, please. Okay, those against the amendment, please show. Any abstentions, please show. Okay, so the numbers were 49 in favour of the amendment, 14 against, therefore the amendment is carried. I assume no one, has anyone got anything they wish to add at this point? Okay, just those in favour of it as a substantive motion. I don't think we need another count, to be honest, because it's the same hands and those against. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Moving on. Right. Next on my agenda was the report of Shropshire and Wrekin Fire and Rescue Authority. If members of the authority within the room would like to feedback my annoyance that the report hasn't come forward. It has been chased for a number of weeks and hasn't turned up. And if nothing else, it's discourteous, if nothing else, to members of the report not to come forward. If you could pass that on. The next bit, my second bit of annoyance is we've all had a rather substantive report landed on us yesterday. Part of this is because the leadership rightly wanted a chunk of this to be in public, and then we obviously have to have something in private, so it was into two reports. But I see no reason why we've had less than 24 hours notice. I had a large town council meeting last night, as well as other commitments. I have not had a chance to read the report myself, and therefore will have to abstain on the report because I really don't know what I'm voting for or against. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one on that. The next bit is on that, if you look, there are public papers and there are private papers. The paragraph numbering between them is different because of where bits get inserted. Therefore, at this stage, you are only referring to what shows on the public website as the public papers. Do not refer to any figures that appear in the other papers until after the press and public have been excluded. Does that all make sense? Yeah.
I just wonder whether this report should be deferred to the next council meeting. It's far too important to be considered on the hoof like this. We've barely had a chance to read it. It's a large report and the council has a very bad reputation or record for major projects. The North West Relief Road threatens the financial security of the council, and I think we should not be doing this. It's absolutely wrong.
I feel what you're saying, but Councillor Wagner is going to respond.
I completely sympathise, and I think this is a really less than ideal circumstance, but there is a timed reason which we'll go into if we can present the item, why it is necessary to at least indicate some decisions for officers should be working on now as a result of this meeting. So though I understand the Labour Group might want to propose deferral or similar, if it's all right, could Rob propose it and go through the debate and then get back at the end. I do, and we completely acknowledge it's a less than ideal circumstance to bring this so late. It was being worked on to the last, and part of the reason for that is because the number of options we consider was broad enough that we wanted to cover things off. So I hope that's all right by you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I had the discussion about that on the Park and Ride bus this morning, to be honest, as well. I fully sympathise, but the urgency that's been presented to me means that we are going to continue with it very reluctantly, I have to say. So, moving on to debate, being moved by Councillor Evans and seconded by Councillor Wilson. Being proposed by Councillor Wilson, sorry.
Seconded by me.
And seconded, it is different in the first part, the second part. Yeah, first part, it will be you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today we're considering the Shire Hall Strategic Review, a report that none of us should take lightly. Shire Hall is more than bricks and mortar. It has been the heart of Shropshire Council for decades, a place where countless decisions shaping our communities have been made. I want to start by saying that I have a great deal of sympathy for Shire Hall as a building and for what it represents in terms of architecture and our county's history. This is not a decision we want to be taking. It is, however, a decision we must confront honestly. The reality is that Shire Hall has become increasingly costly to maintain and operate. Annual costs are approaching £400,000 and the building requires significant investment to remain fit for purpose. At a time when we face unprecedented financial pressures and the need to protect frontline services and our staff, continuing as we are is not sustainable. The report before us sets out the options and the rationale for change. It's about ensuring that we make the best possible use of public resources while exploring opportunities to preserve the innate heritage and character of Shire Hall wherever possible. This is not about turning our back on the past, it is about planning responsibly for our future. We are all well aware of the Council's financial position, and with a current budget deficit of £50 million, this is a stark reality facing the local authority. And this is why we now have an independently chaired improvement board overseeing the work of the organisation. We also have to make it clear to the government that we are taking the difficult decisions to keep the council in the hands of the people of Shropshire and not their commissioners. To do so, we have to use our heads and not our hearts when making this decision. I know this will be an emotive discussion, and rightly so, but I hope we can approach it with a shared understanding that our duty is to balance respect for our history and the practical realities of delivering services for the people of Shropshire.
Anybody wish to speak at this stage? Lots of hands. Okay, we'll start with Greg Ebbs.
Thank you. Dear councillors, I'm speaking in support of option 11, the redevelopment of the land and the creation of a mixed-use site featuring extra care facilities. Shropshire Council is in a financial emergency. We face a £12 million shortfall and had to request the government support simply to maintain essential services over the next 3 years. If we delay action, we move closer to a Section 114 notice, which would place our services and local democratic control at serious risk. As a historian, with national TV standing in front of a 20 million people audience talking about history, I fully understand, I really do, the emotional and cultural significance of Shire Hall. It has helped shape the lives of the residents and the councillors in this room, and the memories associated with it deserve our respect. But preserving the building cannot come at the expense of the council's financial survival. Refurbishment is unaffordable, and each month's inaction increases the cost burden, putting at risk existing services. All the progress we have made as a county, our museums, our cultural centres, which we strive to protect, and the community services and the statutory responsibilities that we maintain, could be destabilised if we fail to act promptly. Option 11 provides a sustainable and forward-looking solution by redeveloping the site to deliver extra care, housing and vital services. We can transform a significant risk into a long-term asset. This decision protects both our finances and the essential services of our residents, which we depend on. Obviously, many people here today are parish councillors and the Shropshire Council, and you do have a responsibility to your residents. But as Shropshire councillors, we also have a responsibility to the county and the financial survival of the county, which is at risk, as was explained today by many members. In an ideal world, this choice would not be necessary. Have emphasised this. But leadership requires clarity and courage. It's not an easy decision. For many, this will be one of the hardest decisions we have to make. If we act decisively, we can safeguard the future of these services. But if we hesitate, consequences will be or could be more severe. It's a difficult choice. And for those who do want to defer, I want to remind those that deferment or abstaining is a decision, and that is a decision which is to accrue more cost for the council until we make a later decision. And given the financial stability of this council, I think that's something that we all need to take into due consideration. We must act with urgency, and it's not an easy one. It really is not, but we must take this into consideration. Thank you.
I think I had Harry Hancock Davis next.
Yeah, thank you, Duncan. Just very briefly to going back to the running costs that Councillor Wilson mentioned, you just stated 400,000 per year in running costs, but the report says differently. So I'm not sure what you've included within that figure, unless I've misheard you. But I know that the business rates, they're around 350,000, and we are using rates mitigation, which is a good thing. It's about time that we did use that and used it to our advantage. I'm just wondering, given on the options that have been presented within the report, are there any grants that are available from, central government to help us proceed with any of these options? Has that been explored at all? Thank you.
Councillor Naylor next. Yeah.
Sorry to do this. Earlier, Councillor Wagner explained that he didn't want us to delay this because there were reasons we don't delay it, and that's why we've agreed. That's why we haven't voted on whether to defer, but we haven't yet been given any reasons why there's a rush. I think we really do need to hear that.
I'm happy to speak on that now. I think there's two core reasons. One is pure finance. We have a site which is costing us hundreds of thousands of pounds to do nothing with at the moment. There's been a lot of talk about the various sources of funding we could have to regenerate it, maybe government levelling up or Homes England, or what I think we need to be really clear is the options at great expense and staff time we have really extensively tried to go through the houses on this one up to the last minute. The reason for specific needing to move this now is we have the listing coming up in September 2026. That takes 6 to 9 months to look at and even get an answer on. During that period, it's very hard for us to make a decision. If we want to make a decision which we can act on reasonably with officers and time before then, we really have to give an indication now rather than in February, which is the alternative. That 2.5 month period between now and then is essential for allowing us to do the level of work we might want to do were we to proceed with the options that are being recommended to us by officers and cabinet. So part of it is pure finance. The financial emergency is a reason to proceed, but also it is we could be stuck in the mud where actually we're waiting for advice on listing from central government. We don't have an answer. We're not entitled to a quick answer. Actually, again, that's another 6 or 9 months of delays after September 2026. So we could be having that building empty and another £500,000 gone. With the situation we're in, we don't think that's a viable option. I should have been clearer to Councillor Wilson. I hoped he might have, but that's the fundamental brunt of it, essentially, Councillor Dean. It's finance, but also that listing gets us into a really much more complicated and less flexible space to work in.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. And I very much echo Councillor Wagner's points just now. I'm clearly, the council is in a very difficult financial position. We all know that. We're on a bit of a knife edge. Were we to defer, and deferring would, as I understand it, mean waiting till March, which would be the next possible council slot, we might end up with commissioners here. And there's no doubt what commissioners would do to Shirewall. They would raise it to the ground and sell it off. The discussion I had with Cabinet Member for Finance earlier in our exchange of member questions reassures me that the right thing to do today is to be voting for this report, to accept it, and to accept the recommendation of option 11, but meanwhile keeping the door open to other possible proposals should those come forward. I think I could say there was somebody here today who has got some suggestions on that front about private finance. I'm not somebody who would want to lead us in the direction of private finance, but I have a list here of other joint venture projects: Bullring Rotunda, Centrepoint, Albert Dock, Stockport, Stoke-on-Trent offices, Birmingham offices, which have all been refurbished or saved or rebuilt through joint venture partnerships. So there does seem to me a real possibility that that could be an option here. And indeed, looking at the options report which we have, which doesn't include joint venture, and looking at the response to my question earlier, which suggested that a joint venture partnership would need more investment from the council, which is completely incorrect. I do think it is worth us, in parallel with agreeing this report, to be making sure we've checked out all those possible options. To finish with, how's my time? Halfway, less. On the costings front, I did manage to get a chance to go through, and I was a bit surprised at some of the costings there, which all seem to be on a standard square meterage basis. Well, that's a normal approach for surveyors to use with standard buildings, but for a special project like restoring Shire Hall, a square meterage approach doesn't seem right, and that might be why some of the costs are rather higher than one would expect. And I have indeed seen a specification which goes through all the needs of the Shire Hall as they were a few years ago and comes up with a hugely lower figure. So I do think there's some work to be done there. I'm not sure that the £500,000 which we've spent already on consultants and designers has really got us the value that we should in terms of accurate figures. And looking at a bit of the report titled Problems Associated with Current Arrangements, I see it includes as a problem public unease about the future. Well, we all know that's why the report's coming to us here. That doesn't need to be listed as a problem with current arrangements. Another problem associated with current arrangements is extending hard standing areas for car parking will require drainage strategy. Well, again, is that really what we should be paying money to be reading? We need the hard-nosed details of exactly how this could work for us in future, and the options as set out. There are comments about structure. Structural substructure is put as a problem with current arrangements. Unknown substructure elements due to foundations being buried and lack of site investigation. Well, again, that's not getting us very far, just listing that. And it does seem we've paid quite a lot of money for something which isn't really helping us as much as it might. So I reluctantly encourage us to accept the report. If we do go ahead with option 11 in due course, I would remind members that something that isn't on the list here is demolition and the major impact that would have on the local area and the rebuilding. As somebody with a quarry in my division, I know quarry lorries are a huge problem and could cause ongoing pollution and distress for local residents for many months, if not years. Thank you.
I'm going to take Mandy Duncan, then come back to Alex Wagner for comments.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just ask why this wasn't brought to a previous council? Because this is far too late and we are really being asked to make a decision under pressure and without the relevant information. To make an informed choice, members need to understand which option is going to be the most practical and the least wasteful. So to that end, we need to establish which option will deliver the lowest cost to taxpayers over the long term. We need a clear estimate of the annual and ongoing costs associated with remaining at the Guildhall. We need a full 20 to 30 year life cycle cost comparison between staying at the Guildhall and refurbishing part of Shire Hall. We need to know whether retaining part of Shire Hall would reduce the need for additional borrowing, which isn't fully answered in the review. And on the face of it, from the strategic review, staying at Guildhall looks cheaper up front because it avoids major capital spend, but the report does not provide that life cycle comparison. Over decades, the cost per year to run the Guildhall could add up significantly, and that's even before factoring in things like inflation. So without these facts, members are being asked to vote without transparency, without a sound financial basis. This is not acceptable for good governance or value for money.
I'm going to take Don Hoosman as well before coming back to Alex.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to thank the leader for finally bringing this discussion into the public arena. Decisions of this importance should not be made behind closed doors. They need to be aired in open debate. Unfortunately, we seem to only have been presented with a fait accompli, though. Opposition members have not been involved in discussions about the Shire Hall, nor have they been provided with the reports that the administration have. And we only received the overview report, which we are meant to base our decision on, yesterday afternoon, and the closed session data even later. This is a significant and historic decision. It is not something to be taken lightly, and I would strongly recommend that it's not a decision that should be taken by any single party. I think we can all agree that we need a civic building, one that is fit for purpose. Guildhall, where we currently reside, is not fit for purpose and will never be able to provide an appropriate civic chamber, no matter how much is spent on it. Shire Hall is bought and paid for, but does need works. Like or loathe the design, it has gravitas, it has status and history. We cannot and should not be using taxpayers' money now or further down the line to recreate a civic centre when we already have one. And we certainly shouldn't be borrowing sufficient money to create anything as significant as the existing Shire Hall. In particular, I'm referring to the chamber itself. If we demolish it all, Shropshire will never have a civic chamber of any significance again. We are taught that in today's world we must always consider the 4 R's, and I personally live by these principles. Whichever version of these you subscribe to, we first must all reduce or refuse new consumption. We should then look to reuse existing buildings, materials and products as much as possible, and we should always look to renovate existing buildings way before we go down the recycle or even worse, the renew route. Shire Hall is a significant site and offers considerable opportunities as highlighted in the council report and the Save Our Shire Hall recommendation. In addition to being able to provide a civic space, there are considerable opportunities for quality homes for local people, employment opportunities, the opportunity to provide mixed-use spaces, be they medical facilities, leisure spaces, supported living opportunities, and all within a well-designed urban environment. The site has great transport links, parking, and their car park doesn't flood. It has shops and pubs within walking distance, schools close by, all good things which we support. There is the potential for the sale of some land to cover costs or significantly contribute to refurbishment. Once a sound and robust business case is developed, there are numerous grant and funding opportunities to help out with the balance as identified by the Save Our Shire Hall group. There are many questions needing answers. What is the value of the land if sold as is? What is the value of the land if cleared and sold ready for development? And as has been previously brought up, what are the costs of demolition and clearance of the site, whether it then be sold on at its maximum value or retained by the council for in-house development of the site? These costs will be significant, particularly as the fact that you've actually mentioned the A word in the report. To maximise the land sale value, the council will need to clear the site. Well, instead of demolition and clearance, full or partial, this money could be used towards refurbishment and preservation. The Save Our Shire Hall group have repeatedly tried to engage with the officers and the administration, and they have produced numerous ways forward. We as members have been unable to access data and have been unable to scrutinise the data, reports or the decision-making process. The administration talk about being open and transparent, but in this particular case, there has been a disappointing lack of transparency, engagement or involvement. The report came too late for members to be able to submit motions in relation to this. Therefore, I respectfully ask That a rapid task and finish group is established and thorough pre-decision scrutiny is undertaken prior to taking a final decision. The very type of cross-party pre-decision scrutiny this current administration is championing. We understand that there are costs involved in delaying the decision, but we have proven recently that rapid task and finish groups can produce quality results in a short time frame, thereby minimising costs. And we could report to the next full council in February with the final cross-party recommendation. Whichever option is finally agreed on, I say again, this decision is too important for the whole of Shropshire and all future administrations to be taken solely by the current Liberal Democrat administration alone. Thank you.
Okay, I'm conscious that I don't want this to turn into tennis between Alex and the room, so I'm going to take Duncan. I will take. There's more and more hands going up. No, I really wasn't. So I'm going to take Duncan. I'm going to take Roger. Then I'll come up to the next two hands that I've just seen. Yeah.
Well, just to build on Councillor Hughesland's point, it does need further work. If I look at the climate change appraisal, there are first 4 paragraphs, not one figure. I mean, a huge amount of embedded carbon in this building. We were asked to make a decision without any consideration of the carbon impact in detail. You heard earlier that we made a climate emergency in 2019. We're being challenged about what we're doing about it, and this suggests we're doing very, very little about it. Just a few warm words along the way. The new scheme might have some renewable energy generation in it. That's simply not good enough. If we're going to declare a climate emergency, we have to build that in. We have to assess what the carbon impact is of option 11, or indeed all the options. So I think a very sensible way forward would be to have a prompt and task and finish group. We've done that for other issues that were urgent and short scale. I can't see why we can't do this. Let's get the decision right rather than rush into the wrong decision.
Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. With respect to members, I wish they'd look at the history of this site. If one looks down and put a search in to the council papers, you'll see that in February 22, the council made a decision. In December 23, it made another decision to flatten the site, surplus to requirements, and build houses on it. That decision is now available to be implemented at any time the council wanted, because that is the council policy. This, I could argue, and put a good argument together, that is an amendment to that policy. That policy was just going to put housing, maximise the income. This one is amending it so that it can look at an alternative for the benefit of the council financially, but also for the benefit of some of the residents who actually want housing, want to live in Shropshire, want to have their own house, and also for NHS as well. However, before it is agreed, there will be a full business case which will come to the council to do it. There's nothing to stop the scrutinising this decision and coming forward and making amendments. We need to move it forward, because I don't want housing, just housing there. I would, if it does go, I would prefer this. We can discuss finances shortly, but here, what we're talking about is the Shire Hall at present. This council has no cash. So to say 20 to 30 lifetime costs, I've got to pay for it now. How am I going to pay for it now without going to the government and asking for money? Will the government give us money, or will they put in commissioners? Will the Improvement Board agree with us delaying the decision, or will the Improvement Board, which they could do quite easily, implement the decision made by this decide? So, could they implement the present decision and the improvement? We want the Improvement Board to override or do anything. Here, it's a valid possibility to look at it and take it forward. We can discuss finances and money later on. But if one looks at 3.2, as I referred to earlier, and in my answer, I and many others continue. But finance isn't enough. If you can't put money, if you can't put bread and butter on the table when your children are crying for hunger, what do you do?
Okay, I am going to take Councillor Lemon. I will take Councillor Dartmoor. You've already had a go at this part, haven't you, I think? Well, hang on. I'm going to take Lemon, Dartmoor, Wagner in response. I will then move the press and public to it. Okay, I'll take Dan Thomas, as we haven't had a Conservative. So I'll take you three, then Wagner, then we'll exclude the press and public and we can start talking numbers. Is everyone happy with that? I'm also, by the way, anyone who's spoken in part one, I'm treating these as two separate debates. It won't rule you out in speaking again in the second part, but obviously we'll be focusing more on the financial side. So Councillor Lemon.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be long because people have made most of the points I wanted to make already. Whilst I'm grateful to Councillor Evans and others for the acknowledgement of the late arrival of this report, I received it at 13:47 yesterday, just before I went to work, and from subsequent emails, it appears members may have struggled to access it well after that. Some members may well have had this document for less than 4 hours and time to consider it for far less than that, assuming they sleep at night. For such an important decision, again, this seems to be far too little time. I'll just say that there is rare cross-party consensus here that I can't remember having happened before since May, that this is being rushed before us. We need far more time to consider this. And with all due respect to Councillor Evans, this is not being brought to Council as an amendment, but as a proposal. The current administration seems to wish to cherry pick the previous decisions that suit it, whilst dispensing with others. Thank you.
Councillor Dartmoor.
Thank you, Chair. To continue with Councillor Evans' historical references, I remind colleagues that in opposition, the Liberal Democrats were robustly against the demolition of the Shire Hall. Decisions made by Council stand until a new decision is made, as we see from this proposal today, in fact. A few years ago, the late Barry Humphries came to Shrewsbury, and I remember a very funny comment he made, which is about one of the less appealing buildings in the town square. He said something along the lines of, "Thankfully, Shrewsbury escaped the vicissitudes of the Luftwaffe, but sadly fell victim to the local council's unfortunate decisions to replace historically significant buildings." Very funny, but it's actually really important to us today. So in later years, this council, I think, will regret the move to demolish Shire Hall, which is historically significant, whether you like it or not, meaning whether you like the building or not, it remains a historically significant building. The assessment work on the site has been carried out exclusively under the auspices of the council's wholly owned company, Cornovi, as directed by the previous Conservative administration, who, in my opinion, did never disguise their intention to proceed to disposal with great urgency. So I wonder why there isn't an independent view on this really important building being put forward in terms of could we retain it. Now, I know there are many voices with specialist knowledge, and many of us, perhaps other group leaders, I don't know, have been in contact with people who have an interest in the building remaining in whichever form. And I just wonder, where is the independent review to this project, and where is the plan B? I know there are options there, but there isn't really a plan B. The report states that a planning application will be submitted in early 2026. Well, today we're in the middle of December, so that's very, very soon. But then there will be a public meeting, and the public stakeholders will be fully engaged in this. There just isn't enough time for that, and I do have concerns that what is this public engagement? What form will that take? Will this be really engaging with the public, or will it be just holding a public meeting to allow the public to feel like they've contributed, but in fact we've already made a decision to go ahead with option 11? The report says nothing, as somebody else has already mentioned, nothing about the huge carbon cost of demolition of a concrete building, and I just think this is too hasty, as I said earlier, far too hasty.
You see your hand, Councillor Jeffcott, but I'm going to stick by what I said. Otherwise, I'm going to have the whole room sticking their hand up before we exclude. You'll get your chance straight after the break. So, Councillor Thomas.
I just want to say that the decision taken in 2023 was a really, really difficult one for the Conservative administration, but as a group, we do stand by it. But I think what has changed is the fact that there is potential for devolution and merging of other councils, and therefore it would be appropriate that we do look at what that means for us and whether we need a bigger council chamber and things like that, because we might have a different number of councillors with us. So therefore, I think that's really important to bear in mind.
Go on, Councillor Jeffcott, and then I will go to Councillor Wagner.
Just very quickly, I've been listening carefully to this debate. I was absolutely appalled by the late delivery of this report, which I understand. I don't want to criticise staff, as I know we haven't got enough staff and they're doing their best. But they had a month to produce it, and they didn't produce it until yesterday. And members objecting to having to take a decision like this are quite right. I haven't been able to read the report in full. And so far, I have not heard a valid reason why we have to take this decision now. It comes down to what we may be about to hear in part two. If there was no part two, I would be voting against, because I do not think we should be tearing down the building with the embodied carbon issues and all the rest of it, unless we are at the point of a gun. And that point of a gun is numbers and money. That's the only reason, if I support this proposal, I will vote for it. Otherwise, I would vote against. I think it's absolutely an unacceptable decision this council is in. It's a historic mistake.
So I'm
going to do well for 5 minutes, I think. So I think we need to strip this back to the bare bones. The current policy of Shropshire Council is to dispose of the Shire Hall for a fully residential application. We have paused that decision to look at a series of options. That decision was taken by full council, I believe, back in 2022. We went round the houses with debates. The previous council, I think we had a full council debate every year in that time. We've spent £500,000 on consultants. We've looked at 11 reasonably serious options. The comment there's no plan B. We have actually even developed additional plans in the last few months so that there are as many options as possible we can look at. That plan B, if you like, was the option 10, which is look at, could we keep the chamber? Could we go back to the Shire Hall site? Some of the arguments being made about car parking and other benefit for staff. But what it really comes down to, and there is no way around this, there is no way of doing anything with that Shire Hall building that protects the building, that meets those sort of demands that we have, without incurring a huge amount of cost. We're going to be debating some of the figures in exempts, but it is plainly apparent from, consultants, from the structural surveys and the complexity of them, from the age of the building, from the potential for asbestos presence, from the fact that it isn't built to a modern workplace standard, actually, and that most of the building wasn't being used towards the end of last term, even when we were there, that the point at which Shropshire Council could have chosen to invest money in the Shire Hall, to preserve it, to still be living there and working there now, has passed. It absolutely has passed, and we are now looking at enormous costs if we want to go back to that site. So the other thing I want to be very clear about, though, is what we're asking council to do today is not to make a final decision, but to amend the instruction that officers have currently. On Cabinet's authority, we have paused the fact that we're going to get rid of the entire thing for a fully residential site. If a government commissioner came in, or if we had to justify that to the improvement board, I strongly suspect that they would suggest that we unpause that decision and immediately get the site back on the market for disposal, as council has already debated and agreed. That the point at which we were debating that has actually now passed. What we are proposing is to amend that recommendation to ask officers to use their incredibly limited time and resource and budget to pursue a mixed model. That means new GP surgeries, that means care provision, which can reduce our revenue budget, that means a smaller amount of housing, rather than what, when I was knocking doors in Abbey Ward around the election, people would have called Weir Hill 2. So the idea here is that instead of the existing council policy of sell it to a developer with explicit residential in mind, let's be more creative. Let's look at the public benefit. Let's use a site for things that reduce our revenue and increase our costs and decrease our costs. And I think the problem we have is we can spend forever on this if we want. We can go out to consultants again. We can hire a whole new team of officers to look at this. We can get this building structurally surveyed again. We can get another asbestos. So we can go around the house. We could debate this as much as anyone wants. The only thing that will change by doing that is that it will cost us money to keep doing that, and also to keep having a building which is costing us the best part of £400,000 a year to sit empty. What will not change is the fact that it is extremely expensive to make good use of that existing skeleton of a building. What we can do is make sure that we keep looking at all of the other options, even whilst we tell our officers to develop a policy around a mixed-use site. So if a developer interested in joint venture came to us, to Councillor Noe's point, of course we could have that discussion. If there was a model that works better than what we're proposing financially, that would work better for the council, and mean it can wash its own face, we can say yes to that. We can still say yes to that much later on than now. We could say yes to that if the offer came in this afternoon. But, and I think this is a harsh reality because I'm fond of the Shire Hall as well, and I don't think we would have made the move had we been in 4 years ago. The numbers won't change. That won't happen. I'd love to be proven wrong, but the number of suggestions that we see, and we've met with the Civic Society and all of these key groups, rely on huge amounts of public investment. Newcastle had a similar scheme, but it was £22 million of government money off the bat. That's more than the cost of the Riverside redevelopment. So we can go around the houses on this, we can bring it back, we can have more papers, we can ask our officers to keep looking at options. We've spent months doing that. The numbers aren't going to change. It will never be the most financially prudent decision, and we are in a financial emergency where we have to make our assets pay, we have to wash our own face, and we have to do what we can to ensure that there's public benefit in doing that. So I will leave it there. But I think we need to understand the severity of the situation we're in, and note that, frankly, it is an indulgence to want a much nicer building when we're in the financially precarious position we're in, and when we'd be sacrificing other ways to save money and reduce our costs.
Okay. No, I've said what I'm going to do. I've got to read the words. I resolved that in accordance with provisions of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 and paragraph 10.43 of the Council's Access to Information Rules, the public and press be excluded from the meeting during consideration of the following items.
Seconded. Okay. Sorry, John.